Mondays to Saturdays, 8 p.m. locally, 4 Eastern Time, and other timings across the world. Tune into our radio services, Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5. We can also be reached on social media through Facebook or YouTube on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV Live. Locally tune in to Super TV Channel 10. Spoon Talk, setting Liberia's agenda for national growth. When the ordinary Liberians, home and abroad, are seeking a platform to make a clarion call to their leaders for a hygienic political, social, and economical landscape in the motherland, there is one platform that is authentic, they always count on. Spoon Talk, the beacon of hope, the fountain of authentic information for this dispensation and dispensations to come. Join the team of panelists Mondays to Saturdays, 8 p.m. locally, 4 Eastern Time, and other timings across the world. Tune into our radio services, Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5. We can also be reached on social media through Facebook or YouTube on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV Live. Locally tune in to Super TV Channel 10. Spoon Talk, setting Liberia's agenda for national growth.
Yes, a special one from the CEO stand with the scroll. And your boy, Friday the 7th, man. Charges on the beat. To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon Resignation. Spoon wanna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon wanna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon wanna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just do the spoon you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just do the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, do the spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, do the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just do the spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, do the spoon. Yeah, do the spoon. Yeah, do the spoon. You from Fonjama, better than do the spoon. Yeah, do the spoon. If you eat get my graduate, my brother, do the spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, do the spoon. Yeah, do the spoon. You want to get a news update, do the spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibaba. What I want? It's funny about today. Spoon TV. It's funny about today. Spoon TV.
They always count on. Spoon Talk, the beacon of hope, the fountain of authentic information for this dispensation and dispensations to come. Join the team of panelists Mondays to Saturdays, 8 p.m. locally, 4 Eastern Time, and other timings across the world. Tune into our radio services, Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5. We can also be reached on social media through Facebook or YouTube on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV Live. Locally tune in to Super TV Channel 10. Spoon Talk, setting Liberia's agenda for national growth. When the ordinary Liberians, home and abroad, are seeking a platform to make a clarion call to their leaders for a hygienic, political, social, and economical landscape in the motherland, there is one platform that is authentic, they always count on. Spoon Talk, the beacon of hope, the fountain of authentic information for this dispensation and dispensations to come. Join the team of panelists Mondays to Saturdays, 8 p.m. locally, 4 Eastern Time, and other timings across the world. Tune into our radio services, Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5. We can also be reached on social media through Facebook or YouTube on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV Live. Locally tune in to Super TV Channel 10. Spoon Talk, setting Liberia's agenda for national growth.
Yes, sir. A special one.
All right. Nelson, welcome. You have to unmute yourself. Yeah, welcome. Go ahead. Unmute yourself, Nelson.
Okay. Am I okay now?
Yeah, you are okay.
Okay. So, folks, we want to say welcome across from across the world. This is another edition of the program Spoon Talk. We're live on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM. Of course, we are also live on Spoon TV, on Facebook, Fabric TV, and also YouTube Live. That's on YouTube. We want to say welcome to all of you across the world to another edition of the program. My name is Nelson Colette. Of course, James is already here, and Dr. Richardson as well. That's a good evening and welcome to you, Dr. Richardson and James as well.
How you doing? Hello.
We fine. God morning us.
We're thankful, very much thankful for today. I have a part of my job is I get to listen to people's problem every day, and I just finished work. And so when you have that kind of job, you got to be in good spirit and be thankful every day. So it's also good to be here and hear you guys remind me of how powerful God is, and he tends to us, he minds us. So that's good to be here today. Any news? Anything y'all like to share?
Oh, yeah, lots of things happening in the country.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Cummings was in Margibi County today.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, on a tour, and he made a strong statement regarding the president's visit out of the country. That's one of the issues. Most people are talking about it. So he made a very strong statement about that. That the
president. Remember what he said, Nelson?
Come again?
Do you remember what he said? Good day. Remember?
Oh yeah. So
the can't report out our story though. Good day. Can't report out our story.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Of course you did. Yeah, James Nelson, go ahead.
Yeah. So he said the president is unfortunate that the president left the country to go to Qatar just to watch football game when the Liberians are living abject poverty. Of course, he expressed some dissatisfaction over that. That was part of the many things he said at that tour there in Margibi County today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so that's one of the issues. So many Liberians are talking about it. People are concerned about that particular issue. And the recent action taken by the president, the publication on the eMansion website, talking about the the dismissal of the religious boss is something that has also already that's also become a point of discussion for so many people in the country as well. So it's one of the trending issues right now. Plus, the president of Liberia will be going to the Congress beginning tomorrow. So journalists across the country are gearing up to go and elect who becomes the president of the press union for the next term. Yeah.
Oh, wow, exciting. Well, never a dull moment in Liberia. So I'm sure when CEO comes, we'll be expanding on this topic and much more. Plus, we have part 2 coming on today. So if you are, joining us, just settle down, grab a cup of tea, water, some kind of drink, popcorn, whatever, because it's going to be part 2 of Alex William coming on today. Yesterday was just a bombshell. He was just dropping them all over the place. I mean, we were like, I was looking for cover at times. I was so sheen for the government. I wanted the ground to open. So come and listen and make some decisions about how do we move forward for the sake of Mama Liberia. It's almost like it's so tearful now that you just got to cry to your mom, for help. That's how I know how I feel. I mean, I want to just say that Alex William is a brilliant guy. He's a very, very smart guy. I have a younger brother, the one, not Orlando, the other one, who's also a statistician. And it amazes me how, sometimes I use it as my walking calculator. I could be walking in the store and I will see a price. I want to buy a dress. Sometimes he's with me, sometimes we're on the phone. Now, actually, so what's 70% of 180? And you would come out like this, those guys who know math, they're very bright. And secondly, another time I was talking to my brother about him, and he's actually, I have to send the link. He asked me to send the link today. He said he was going to go back, and he was telling me that for you to not only learn statistics, which is a math, but for you to learn it in another language. That's what he said. This guy went to school in the Czech Republic, he told us, right? And if you learn statistics in another dialect, I mean, in English, I took statistic 101, 102. That was even hard for me to learn in English. So you actually learning it in another country, another dialect. So you got to have a level of intelligence, that is a little bit significant. So I was very impressed. I was following them because I actually have to deal with this, just some basic statistic terms. But he knows what he's talking about. So I was very impressed with him. And he was giving us point by point. He just didn't just go into things. But I'm sure, when Stanton come today and the rest of the panelists join us, we're going to be going into point by point. I'm concerned about his safety, but I'm not going to dwell on that. I would just hope, like you guys said, God will mind him. He said God will mind him. I'm feeling hopeful about that. So let's welcome some of our guests. Is that okay with you guys for us to welcome?
Yeah, but Dr. Richie, just before we do that, I want to know if the both of you are hearing me well. Am I
very well? Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Kev, hello, how you doing?
I'm doing great. And you?
I'm all right. Just a little bit, like the weather is a little bit kind of damp today. I don't know how about you on that side.
Same thing here.
Yeah. They said some kind of weather. Is there a storm coming through or something? Do you know? One of my brothers texted me and just asked me, are you ready? Are you prepared for the weather? I haven't been paying attention, so I've been working.
No. I don't know.
Okay.
All depends where you are.
Oh, okay. Maybe I didn't text him back or ask him what. But let's welcome some of our guests, Kev. That's where we were, except you wanted to add anything to the conversation here. We're going to welcome to say hello to some of our guests. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, I was listening to you talking about Alex. Nelson, good day. How you guys doing?
Yes, sir.
talking about Alex, how brilliant he is.
Mhm.
I was just wondering, the only time a, a, a member of this government is brilliant is when he go against the government in some sense. Because if I can remember, you guys always saying there's a lot of incompetent people, or incompetent people are in the government. But now I'm hearing people saying he's so brilliant, but he was educated by this government, and he was part of this government. He actually came from the youth wing and of the party. So when folks are praising him now, I'm like, "Ah, God." So if you're against this government, you're brilliant. You can comprehend. You speak well. You know. Like I've seen how people jump in and say, "My brother Fagon, you're a patriot," So I sit down sometime and I wonder, the only time you're good Liberian, you're educated, unless you're anti this government. Is that the way we're gonna go? So it's one of that thing I was just struggling with, just to put it together, that if you're if you member of this government, you're not competent, but if you're anti-government, you're competent. That's what I was just thinking out
So,
loud.
so before I welcome, because I really appreciate everyone that continue to join us every day. It is because of you that we are here. It is so important that you join us and participate in the comment section. We value your input. But before I just say anything to what you said, Kath, I want to go back to what I said. And my evidence and my premise wasn't about whether you're in the government or not. I started by talking about how difficult math and statistics, those two subjects are. Okay, it wasn't. I didn't say anything about being a government or not being a government. You can be in a government and not know how to do math. You can be outside the government and not know how to do math statistics. Then I added another component to my what I was discussing. I said the language issue. For someone to leave, you and you know, Kev. Well, I know in my doctoral program, I had to take a series of statistics course because you need to do that to write your dissertation. It was in English. And I had challenges with learning median, mode, and average, okay, and mean. The median, mode, and mean. Those are three statistical terms. Those are basic statistical terms, okay? Can you imagine learning those three things in another language? He was educated in the Czech Republic. That's what he told us here. So for me, when you can decode, anybody who can decode, in fact, my great grandmother who used to speak better English all the time, she used to, she's also a brilliant woman because anyone who can decode language back and forth, I put you into some sort of sophistication. And then not only that, but going to learn something like statistic. My great grandmother didn't learn statistics, and she learned it maybe in her own way. But learning statistics in another country, that is something that is commendable. That's what I said. It had nothing to do with whether you can be in the government and people say you to school in Romania, America, and you do FUSA. You get F. You come back, you do nothing. You can be outside the government. Say, what's here for the government? Okay, Kev. It was here for this guy. His subject matter and when and he his explanation. I was watching him how he was talking about how he sort of how they were supposed to go out there and map out houses and how they were supposed to make some explanation, some generalization about the houses, like and the average amount of people living in homes. Those are all statistical understanding, Kev. So this is why I made the analysis that he's very brilliant. It had nothing to him being in the government. That people in the government who they got good education, but they can't explain anything. And the way that guy explains something. Okay, the people on the other hand who ain't got no education, they can do something. We have some of them on the show here. Some of them they kind of dramatize the English. They use all kind of words like sometimes gotta, you can't even understand. I don't even want to use one of the words that somebody used there that was not even a word. One of the government employees.
Well, I kind of not only because of how Alex was, explaining stuff yesterday, something that he actually went to school for, but I'm looking at it and how a lot of people talk about sedition, people who support this government. For example, Dr. Lester Tennant came on the show. He blasted everybody. Were like, "Oh, this guy is brilliant, Dr. Lester Tennant."
I didn't say that. I was not among the numbers, though, right?
Yeah, maybe it's not. Maybe
it's not brilliant, but you didn't see me giving him.
perception. That's the general perception out there.
Oh, okay. I mean, he could be very smart, but
when he came back and he did a attack on Louis Brown, boom, they're attacking. Oh, this man is dumb. So when we look at and what happening, if you're a government supporter, they always give you that name. You dull, you dumb, you cannot comprehend, you don't understand because you're not in their league of where they see Liberia going to. So you don't make sense. But when you hit the government, you're making sense. You're smart. You're the most intelligent guy. So when thing is when discussion is in their favor, you're smart. But when you're not saying stuff in their favor, you dumb. They don't want to listen to you. They'll say, mute him, take him off, treat him this way. He that. Like for example, right? I've seen comments on people with Stanton Witherspoon. Hey, this guy is so smart. I've seen a lot of comment then people talking yesterday. This man is smart. This man is this. Because he's saying this. But if he come up today and say something else, they will shred him. I don't know how the people mindset operates, how the people do look at things, but I see it a lot. And I'm sometimes saying that, can they hear themselves? That you only smart when you're in their favor? You don't understand. Because you know. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking the general perception out there, how people see things, how people see sedition. That you all united, but if sedition now the folks are praising.
Okay, Kev.
Folks were saying different things before.
Yeah. Thank you for your feedback. So maybe we can, since Stanton is here, we can get this show started. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I have a date tonight with my husband, so I need to run after the show. So we can get started. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's okay. Fine. Yeah, Stanton, please take over your show, and then we can get started.
Oh, but thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Thanks a lot. We are grateful to be back again. Kafiko, what's up, man? How you doing?
Not bad.
James, good day. What's up? As James, you put Nelson in the back. Nelson producing for us from Liberia. Nelson, how you doing? Nelson, we're not hearing you. Can you speak?
Okay. Yeah. I'm okay now.
Thank God. That's
God manage us.
God manage us. Dr. Richardson, how are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Thank God, man. A long day, but we are grateful. We are back again with another powerful program coming your way from Spoon Network. Powerful program coming your way from Spoon Network. We want to say we are so grateful to God from yesterday, today, and the day to come. We are so grateful. We're going to be having a wonderful show. We're going to probably we're going to take some questions. We don't know. And guess who's in studio tonight? Alex. Alex Williams is coming back. And we're going to be discussing the issue. James, can you put up the flyer, please? James, it took you forever to put out the flyer. Yeah, James, it took you 5 minutes to put out the flyer, my man. Alex Williams is coming on the show. We just want to say to everybody, indeed, it is a part 2. But don't forget, it's election day number 5. Census day number 5 in Liberia. Census day number 5 in Liberia. Can you imagine? It started on the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th. Today is the 15th, folks. Today is the 15th. What has happened since the proclamation? What have gone wrong when we talk about the census? What is happening to Liberia? So tonight, sorry that we said 4 o'clock. It's not 4, it's 3:30. James made a mistake. Our show time is 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, USA, and 8:30 p.m. 8:30 p.m. Liberia time. So please, I know you have confused the folks. You got to just make sure everybody get this. The time is incorrect. Monday through Saturday is 8:30 p.m. Liberian time and 3:30 p.m. because the time has changed. So we want to say to every one of you, please consider us, accept the error. Invite your friends. Spoon Talk is here. We're going to be having a wonderful show. Legis Day, the census, Legis Day number 5. G. Alex M. Williams from Legis is back in the house, that we can have part 2 of the conversation. Tonight will be extra. Tonight will be dramatic, like we have never been before. Tonight we'll show you some evidence and proof of transactions. Tonight we give you nothing but the best because of Liberia. Tonight friends will be enemies and enemies will be friends. Tonight will be so extra and so wonderful. We asking you to be patient. We asking you to watch. We asking you to listen. Turn the volume up because the discussion, we must have this discussion. I don't know where you are, what you did today, what is happening around you, but be patient. A good day is coming. A better day is coming pretty soon. Today is the 15th of November, 2022. Election will be October 10th. It will be on a Tuesday. By the way, the second Tuesday of the year, October 10th, 2023, next year. We are 10 months into this thing. But you can say 11, whatsoever. Listen, we are going down the wire. Guess what? We have to make the case. We have to make the case because Liberia deserves better. We have to make the case because you, as a Liberian, you deserve better. We have to make the case because we should do everything by God's grace to uproot, remove, delete all those bad apples. Whether you're ministers, whether you are a director, whoever you are, political leaders, we have to make the case because, and I love this line, Liberia deserves better. 170 something years, and we just are where we are. It's a disgrace to our nation. We have tried the old, we have tried the new, we have tried the young, and we have tried the old. Just look where we are. We are trying to seasoned politician or international politician. Look where the country is. We try to nobody, we try to somebody, and our country stay in mess. Everyone that they are so eloquent, Dr. Virtue saying, how the pronunciation is so super. They write very well. The subject verb agreement is all of this word. It's so unique. But you give them leadership, they mess it up. Those that can't speak, that say, you know what, I can't put my subject verb together, so I will be quiet. You give them leadership to mess it up. So I will say to you, my fellow Liberian, as you get ready to listen to Alex Williams, we'll talk about Wilma Smith, we'll talk about Lawrence George, we're going to talk about Samuel Tway again. And guess what? I got a message for you from Samuel Tway. Then we ask the question, have George Montefiore finally agreed to go down with them? Somebody called me today. They said, Stanton, we gave you freedom of speech. I said, no, you're making a mistake. You didn't give me freedom of speech. No way. No way. You're making a mistake. I will still talk. We will still talk. Liberia will still talk. Do what you want to do. Oh, they went into the CDC's chat room. No sedition should go on Spoon Talk. I said, but what you would do with Kev Hassan? Then the person started laughing and say, so we are sharing. I said, but then why you said no, we are sharing too? They went into the CDC's chat room. Nobody, no, Spoon Talk is anti-government. I said, you're mistaken. When we're talking about Cummings and talking about Joseph Boakai, and you were celebrating. And somebody said, oh, it's a liquor talk. Stanton said the phone is Spoon Talk on the liquor table. I said, but you forget, I don't drink. But you want to know about liquor talk tonight? We'll play the mobile model tape. And we'll see the real liquor talk. James, get our tape ready. So let's have a serious conversation, folks. You want to say Spoon Talk was funded on the liquor table, Calasco? Let's play mobile model tape and let's see who the real liquor talk. So you want to run behind Akara's great post, Calasco, as you hold George Montefiore, the president of Liberia, back and cell phone? Seriously? That's how you think you're going to win the election for 2023, where everything you have gone through? Don't get us started, Calasco. Don't do that. I'm going to put you aside a little bit. Because you say liquor talk, we got to play the real liquor talk. And the real liquor talk came from your chairman, Bob Model, concerning your president, George Montefiore. That's the liquor talk. Then you will understand what liquor talk is. But I beg to differ, though, because you just don't understand. One thing I would say this: I have friends in the government. I have folks in the government. I have friends in the opposition. But I have no affiliation with any political party. I have met them all. The president, the vice president, the former president, the former vice president, political leaders in the country. I have met them all. I respect them all. But above them all is Liberia. So when we sit and discuss issue concerning Liberia, come to the table and let's discuss. And be truthful to the president. He has given you an opportunity to serve in the government. Tell him the truth. Don't sit there and lie to him. Like I will always say, now, later, that day going to come, that President George Montefiore will no longer be president of Liberia. They will call him the ex-president. That day, That day must come, and we will be alive by God's grace. What will you do? Whether 2023 or 2029, what will you do? So when we're speaking truth to the leadership, the president, and the entire Liberia, don't say that liquor talk. They won't get nothing to do with liquor. I have never drank. I never taken a sip of wine or liquor, nothing. You can ask all my associates, all my friends, they know me. I have never smoked, I have never drank. But I know where you will find a good liquor talk conversation, Glasgow, and you will hear it tonight. And that is from your chairman, Moba Madu. And everything he said, that's what we are saying today. Everything that Moba Madu said, that's what we are saying today. Everything that was said on that clip, on that video, that's what we are saying today. But your finance minister is caught in an act of corruption. He's aiding and abetting the people that he himself hired. Not only legis. Let's talk about Liberia Water and Sewer. Cemetery is the bull on Liberia Water and Sewer. Let's talk about that other entity. The time will come. We're discussing. What would this president do? Should America impose another sanction? Then President George Manuel will ask Cemetery for his resignation? Or should he do it now to save his re-election? Why did he only fire Wilmer Smith? Because Alex resigned. So he only fired Wilmer Smith. Why couldn't he remove Lawrence George? Because we'll be displaying the amount of checks that were written to Lawrence George. Why is he keeping Lawrence George? So as we pause and get onto the issue of tonight, we want to welcome all of our folks. All of our folks. Now you'll be hearing from Alex Smith tonight. Yes, he will appear. The team going to come around. We'll have a very, 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 very serious conversation. And we'll discuss the issue concerning Liberia. What we heard yesterday, you'll hear even more today. You will see checks that you have not seen. And I will be reading you a message from one of the expats, right? This person left the country. I will read this and I will bring the guys on. I will read this because it is important to read. And this is the message. This is the message that you need to know. I'm going to read this real quick, and then I want to bring in my guys to do the opening because it is important. It is important. This is the message that you need to know. Dr. Richardson, let me read this real quick, man, and then we can start. It said, hope all is well. After they watched the show yesterday, they said, hope all is well. Coming back to the census matter, I saw this coming since March of 2028. That those guys who would not be able to handle the census successfully, and I share the conviction with my international colleagues, but no one believed. I left Liberia. I ran away before I shared part of the embarrassment.
Yeah.
However, let me give you a little bit, Dr. Richardson, if you're speaking. However, I cried for the country called Liberia, and I will share this with James. You will put it up. I cried for the country called Liberia because I made too many sacrifices, both financially, morally, and ethically, and took many risks just to ensure Liberia have the standardized prep for a digital census. Stanton, I missed at least 7 paid vacations. Meantime, and my family, just to keep to our deadlines when it came to the census. I spent from my pocket and funded many items required by the mappers to promptly give them the needed tools just to do their job right. I took a personal risk of removing my diplomatic gown to confront William Pay, Rema Smith, and Lawrence George, the latest big guys and bullies, to set the record straight and to open their eyes and brain to professional summations on what we needed at the time to do as not to derail the process. Now, all those have gone down in the drain. Wow. I shed tears as I tapped this. Honestly, I cannot say that I am disappointed because I did not expect anything better from those responsible for putting system in place in the country. That's my one money. But please keep on fighting. Please keep on fighting. Submission, blank, blank, blank. I will post it. And I will tell you guys who wrote this, where it came from. Somebody that served Liberia, that left the country, that came to work for this very census. When I spoke to the person, they said, you know why? Though I am not a Liberian, but I wonder why the president kept Lawrence George. Can somebody just answer the question? Why the president still keeping Samuel Twe as a board chair? Can somebody please answer the question? Say what you want to say. These are facts. But we're glad to have you, that we can have a very wonderful show tonight. And one thing I would say to you, we are not taking a dime from anyone. We don't want the money. They can keep their friendship. They can keep their speech. Samuel Twe, yesterday, he says, Stenta, I'm going to block you. I said, Samuel Twe, you block me, you don't block me, where that concern me? I don't talk to you. I don't text you. You text me. You're not my friend. We just talk as concerning Liberia. We don't hang out together. The only person beside my family I talk to more than once or twice, more than anybody on the set, would be Kev Hassan. So if you come and say I would block you, it don't shake me. But you know what? I will get a surprise for you. I would block you, Samuel Twe, because you don't worth my time. Let's bring in the guys. It's wonderful. It's powerful. We're going to be bringing Alex. From wherever you may be in this world, we're going to bring in Alex Williams. Alex, welcome again to the Spoon Talk. It's good to have you. You're a little dark, though. If you want to just maybe check your light. If not, we can manage with you as it is. This is G. Alex M. Williams. It's good to have you on the show. We'll be bringing in Mo Ali. He's on and off. When he get back, we'll bring him on. Alex, if you want to check your light, because you are dark. But guys, Dr. Richardson, thank you for holding it down. Let's start with you. Yeah, it's okay. We can manage for you like that. Dr.
Yeah,
Richardson,
so I will appeal to you.
You go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so Stanton, let me say maybe good afternoon to you and good evening to folks in Liberia and good morning to other folks everywhere around the world, wherever your time zone may be. Again, it is a pleasing pleasure that I'm today going to provide
if you want to go into that, Alex, let's get the intro of the rest of the guys, then you can start, okay?
I just wanted to do intro as well.
Okay, I will keep, because you're the guest. I will hold you for last.
Okay.
Thank you. Dr. Richardson, we're going to come to you, Kev Hassan, St. George, and Mo Ali.
Yes, I'm looking forward to a great show. I'm looking forward to Alex to provide continual evidence of what he told us yesterday. And as we read his resignation, it did say that he resigned because of rampant corruption. So I'm looking forward to Alex showing us evidence of that rampant corruption. Another thing he said was usurpation of his functions. So I'm sure he's going to go into the discussion where people overlooked him, bypassing when decisions that he was in the position to be making were made by other people. I'm also looking forward to him providing more clarity on the constitutional or the statutory function of the chair appointment of him and the board chair. So there's all these questions that I hope that you'll be able to answer tonight. I also want to add, Stanton, you're very right. Your ability or our ability to come up here and speak is a constitutional right, the freedom of speech that we have that is inherent in our constitution. This was not given to us by a particular person in power or anything like that. So I'm looking forward to those discussions tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Thank you very much. Kefiko.
Well, and hi to everybody again. Not much to say. Just want to listen to Alex and jot my question down, and let's the shows again.
Georgie?
Well, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you are. It's always an opportunity to come and discuss issues threatening our country. And as we get set and ready to listen to Alex Williams, just we pray we'll have an active and interesting discussion tonight.
Mo? Thank you, Georgie. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm happy to be on the second of the part 2 with Alex. I look forward to having an interactive session, and hope everyone will be respected on the show, and that we will give him the opportunity to explain and display some of the pieces of evidence that he has to show.
Well, Adi, thank you very much, guys. Let's just go back to this thing. You're quite correct. We always have our time. You have watches. You have cell phone. I just want you to please, just observe your 2 minutes, because Mariah, Ben Sevi, Dr. Peabody, maybe Fagon, the rest of the team will be joining us. So just observe your 2 minutes, please. I just don't want anybody to say, well, you didn't give me enough time. So this is what I'm about to do. If we ask question, everybody will have 2 minutes. Kev Hassan will have 3 minutes. If everybody having a meeting 30 seconds, Kev Hassan will have double of what we'll have. I will have to go to 3. Kev speak. I'm doing this because, again, I'm trying to do my best to balance the conversation. Kev is the only declared sedition on this set. I know you may not like it, but we'll try to give him time that suit him, that he can make his case and ask his question. But let's observe our time. A lot of folks watching us, a lot of folks internationally, they're watching us. People have set their popcorn, they get the wine, they get the juice, they get the water. So we want to be very, very clear on what we're going to say. Every document we're going to display tonight, we want to be clear. We are not attacking anyone. This is about Liberia, and this is what we're going to do to save Liberia. Again, I will ask every one of you, please, when I actually say your time is up, please, for the sake of the show, respect me and do not interrupt. Let's bring in now our guest, the part 2 of G. Alex M. Williams from Legis. Mr. Williams, thank you for joining us, sir.
Okay, so thank you so much, Stanton, and thanks again to the Spoon family. Pleasing greetings to all Liberians and our partners. Stanton, I can confirm to you that foreign friends and ambassadors are monitoring the show. Yesterday, they did monitor the show, and today they are again monitoring the show. And so I have come today to do my best to be Alex Williams, as always, and to provide to the Liberian people additional evidence, pieces of evidence, to clearly authenticate that Minister Tue lied to the Liberian people, that he only transferred 300,000 to Legis account, and to further solidify my points in argument that there has been rampant corruption, and there is rampant corruption at the institution. There has been usurpation of my function, and also that the president had no authority to have dismissed me. And even prior to the president proclaimed dismissal, I had already resigned. And so these are issues that I will be addressing today. Besides and beyond that, I saw a few comments from some colleagues who watched your show, said, but Ellis, why now? Some of them may not have been following, but Spoon is a witness. I've been talking about this for a lengthy period of time. I've also displayed documentary evidence to show to you and to prove to the world that I have been talking about it before even coming to the media in-house. And so these are issues that I'm addressing today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. We appreciate your time. We appreciate you on the Spoon Talk. Let's have a wonderful conversation. What we left out yesterday is the issue about Legis, Census, day number 5. We received credible information. Let me ask my question, sir. We received credible information today. And I know you're going to go into the story, but we will do the first round of questions and we'll give you a chance to explain. So let me do my 2 questions real quick. Today at Legis, they had a very technical meeting. Senator called a meeting today. You have folks, the gentleman, Mr. City, what's his name is, from the University of Liberia, where they got him from. You have Lawrence George. Why in the meeting today, it's no head, no tail. Folks begin to complain from Cape Mount, from Nimba. Nothing is doing, nothing is happening. They couldn't structurally organize themselves. And now people begin to realize, Mr. William, that again, this is another failure because you still have Lawrence George. You still have Lawrence George that taking over, that tell them, the gentleman you brought in, Mr. City, what to do, but Lawrence George doesn't know the work. So that was a pure nightmare today, a pure quagmire situation today at the first meeting since they removed Wilmer Smith. Mr. Williams, tell Liberian people tonight, are we on course when it comes to census? My first question.
So we are not on course when it comes to census. Today is day number 5. And again, I will say to you and to the Liberian people that not a single person has been enumerated. If this is a lie, I am challenging my colleagues at Legis to show to the world and to the Liberian people the census dashboard. Good enough, Keith is representing CDC and the government on this show. Keith, I will appeal to you to ask the folks at Legis to send to you today the census dashboard. And if you see one person who has been enumerated, then I'm not saying the truth. This is day number 5. I can also confirm to you that none of the enumerators have up to present received the credential for the server. This is a digital census. When you count people, you need to now connect to the Wi-Fi and synchronize the data to the main server. As we speak, not a single enumerator has synchronized anything to the server. And so if you look at the dashboard of the census today, it is still 0, blank, and empty, as we will see. What I will also say to you or confirm to you that today, indeed, there was a huge and serious meeting at Legis. That meeting started 9 o'clock in the morning. It lasted until 6 o'clock in the evening. And as I speak to you, even in this various census chat room, there are still issues about deployment. There is still issue about listing. People are still demanding their payment. Their certain fees, they have not received some of them. And there's a lot of other issues confronting the census. So today is day number 5. And again, we have failed the Liberian people.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alex. So therefore, the census is not on course. My second question to you, Alex, while you were on the show yesterday, we were discussing a lot, but you had to leave. How are you? Are you okay? How's your well-being? Are you safe? Have you been threatened? Can you share it with the Liberian folks tonight whether all is well at your end?
So
And
what I can say,
that should have been my first question. But please answer me, please.
so let me inform folks that I'm okay, I'm well, I'm healthy, I'm strong, I'm alive, and I'm energetic. And I'm always positioned strategically to provide additional information where necessary for our people.
Are you safe?
Very, very safe.
Let me ask my second question so we clear that. Pardon me, guys. Why are you doing this?
So firstly, I owe it to my country. I owe it to my country because when you are opportune to serve your people, it's not about enriching yourself. It's about providing genuine service to the Liberian people, as I've always done. And when the need arises that you exhaust all of the necessary inner channels, and these things cannot be resolved, it now behooves you to inform the public as per your role, so that tomorrow when history is being recorded, people will know where you stood for and where you stood when these issues were occurring. So I'm doing this, number one, because of love for country. Number two, and maybe that would even be number one, because of love for God. Because if you love God, you should love your country. Number two, because of love for country. Number three, because of the passion and the love that I have for my profession, statistics, that is very important and essential. Lastly, I am doing this because once every 10 years, our country have an opportunity to do a census that should help shift in a positive direction the democracy and development of our country. Mind you now, the Minister of Finance is not just the Minister of Finance. He is the Minister of Finance and Development Planning. Apparently, Minister Tue have ignored the segment of the ministry that has to do with development and planning. And the number one most powerful tool for development and planning of our country is the National Population and Housing Census. And so it is on these bases and many other that I are taught to do this for my country and for my people.
Thank you, Brother Alex. Thank you very much. Guys, let's go into the question. Dr. Richardson, your two questions. Kev Hassan, Sentumani George, Mo Ali, Moraya Yakula, Eugene Fagon, and Dr. P. Bada will take us to the second round. Dr. Richardson, you go first, please.
So Alex, I'm going to piggyback a little bit on Stanton's question about why are you doing this. You said love for God, love for country, passion about your profession, and lastly, you said the opportunity to shape the direction of our country based on ascension. But I'm curious because yesterday when you introduced yourself, you talked about your history with your political party, your relationship with the government, the country that sent you away to study. Did you just get this enlightenment that about love of country? Because did you just see this coming, or have you seen this before? So I just want you to explain and elaborate on when did you discover that there was a problem in this administration when some people knew it a while back, and maybe you just discovering this. I'm just curious.
Okay, so let me say to you, many people don't know the story, but in 2018, when I got appointed as Deputy Director General for Statistics, and we started to work on the census and shifted it from a traditional based approach, basically from pen and paper to computer assisted personal interviewing, all along there has been challenges. And Minister Falcon apparently will recall in 2019, prior to my departure for study in the Czech Republic, I was also serving as Census Project Coordinator, and I resigned as Census Project Coordinator in 2019. And if you see the communication in 2019, it was seen because of rampant corruption. That was the time the first 1 million United States dollar was sent to Leges, 700,000 in USD equivalent, and 48 million, totaling 300,000 United States dollar in Liberian dollar equivalent. So the 1 million was sent in two tranches, 700,000 United States dollar direct and 48 million Liberian dollar. That money was to be transferred directly to the Census Basket Fund that was being managed by UNFPA. Only the 700,000 USD reached to the Census Basket Fund. The remaining 300,000 were being misused and misappropriated. I wrote, that was in 2019, my boss and that of the Minister of Finance, the communication is here, telling them that, look, there is misuse of resources. I am the Census Project Coordinator. As per my term of reference, I am to do all requests for all expenditure of the census resources. I am also to ensure proper usage of the census resources. These things are not happening. I wrote on several occasions. No one listened to me. And so in August of 2019, I again resigned as Census Project Coordinator. And in September, the following month, I flew to the Czech Republic to pursue a double master in official statistics. So it is not just today. I have a history of calling wrongs wrong and calling right right.
Thank you. My second question to you is, the president fired Wilma Smith and kept George. Do you know why? Why? Because it appears that they both engaged in corruption alleges from what you said, but I'm just curious to know if you have a theory as to why he kept Lauren George and fired Wilma Smith.
This would be my thought. On Thursday, when I flew in on OKFM, after Wilma Smith had called in and informing the Liberian people in the world that everything was set, I was so embarrassed that I thought for the very first time I would call on the radio and inform our people that Mr. Smith was misleading them and the president, and that everything wasn't okay. Because there has been this barricade that have been set in such a form and manner that junior government officials do not have the opportunity to easily access the president and provide him accurate information on unfoldings in the various ministry and entity. And so I thought I will use that channel after I've used multiplicity of channel and medium to call on my colleagues to stop this because this was going to be a mess. That I will use that opportunity to at least for once bring them again to their conscience that we should not reach to the stage of being embarrassed. And so after I phone in, I can say to you for a fact that Minister Tue and that of the Chief Protocol Officer of the Republic of Liberia or for the President, Finabondo, my full name and position was being sent to Finabondo, and the minister instructed that I should be dismissed. And so when my full name and position was sent to Finabondo on Thursday for me to be dismissed, I decided that I will resign. And then I phoned in and said that on September 29, more than a month ago, I had earlier written the board after I resigned initially as Census Project Coordinator on September 9. On September 29, again, I wrote the Board of Leges to grant me the opportunity to leave, to resign as Deputy Director General because I was tired and no one was listening to the multiplicity of calls that I was giving them and reasoning as to why we were failing and going to fail. And so I asked the board on September 29 that I wanted to resign. The board got back to me, appealing to me that I should hold on and they will resolve these issues. And so they were not resolving the issue until Thursday when I made a call. And then they said they wanted to dismiss me. I said, I will resign. Again, they started to talk to me. They called me to a meeting. The very Thursday, I went to a meeting from 1 o'clock in the afternoon to 9 o'clock in the evening, appealing to me not to resign, that they were going to do the needful of dismissing Mr. William Smith, Mr. Lawrence George, and others. So I said, fine. So I gave them Thursday, there was nothing happening. In fact, when I went to the meeting, I met a lot of government officials, over 30 different government officials at the meeting. They were all lambasting me that I called earlier on the show, and the president was concerned that I was challenging his authority.
Alex, let me interrupt you, Alex. You care to call some of the names, those you met? Because we know some of them.
Yeah, I mean, let me just proceed for the sake of the conversation. So, I mean, a lot of government officials, the name, deputy minister, assistant minister, and so forth. And so they started to lambast me and say all kinds of things. That I was embarrassing the president. I was challenging the authority, that he had issued a proclamation, and I was telling the people that it was not going to work. So I told them that I am the deputy for statistics. I control the entire 15 county statistics offices. Since you say I'm lying, I took my telephone, called Lofa, called Maryland, called Basso, put it on loudspeaker. They all got the understanding that nothing was okay and nothing was ready. It was 9 o'clock Thursday night. At that time, there was no final listing for supervisor and enumerator. Now, they were telling me that I should help to ensure that the census will go on the following day. And I said to them, there is absolutely no way anyone in this world can make it possible, because the president issued a proclamation that census will go on tomorrow. I said, but if you say I'm lying, tomorrow is not far, we're going to see. Friday came, the census was a failure. There was not even a list to talk about people receiving sitting fee, list to talk about deployment. Again, they called me to a meeting on Friday. I was ill, I did not attend the meeting. Saturday, they invited me that I should go for a meeting and help solve the problem at Legis's office. I went Saturday and I provide my expertise that this is not a quick fix. People are already crying all across the country. There is demonstration. Sitting fee has not been paid. There is no stationery and logistics in the various counties. So let's adjust this census to early next year, because December we are already running into a place where the population will be non-stationary. Also, you need to fire these people who have been investigated and found guilty by the LACC, because this is an integrous process. You cannot have criminals preside over the process. We also have to do a new training. That was Saturday. While I was in that meeting doing talk pro, Minister Tuer was on the other side having conversation with, again, Fina Bono, for me to be dismissed. And in that meeting with Minister Tuer, another colleague in that meeting placed the phone, called me and placed the phone on. And I was listening to Minister Tuer stating that I should be dismissed. And so I told some of the ministers, for example, I told Minister Piso Serita on that Saturday, and I told Mayor Jefferson Koji and other people that while you people are talking to me to find solution, Minister Tuer is on the other side insisting that I be dismissed. And so that Saturday when I went home, I said enough is enough. That is how I decided that I will resign. I resigned. I shared my letter with many other ambassadors and foreign friends that are members of the latest board, including the EU ambassador. I shared my letter of resignation, including Stanton, including other people, and I resigned. When I resigned and they received the communication, they again called me and said, we agree you resign, but the communication is very damaging. we want to appeal to you to not go on the media. I had already at the time granted an interview with James Porter of Voice of America, and other people was inviting me to come on the show, including Stanton. I appealed to them that no, I'm not going to go on the show because many people are saying that I'm recalcitrant. It seems that I'm working for the opposition there, so I will give them the benefit of the doubt. I will not go on the show. I will take my things and I will politely leave. That was Sunday. That was also Saturday night. We talked the entire day. Sunday, we spoke the entire evening. Only for me to leave on Monday, go to my office, took all of my personal belongings. In the evening on Monday, then I started to receive barrage of calls that the president have dismissed me. And I'm like, how is the president going to dismiss someone who has resigned? Besides, if the president wants to dismiss me, the latest act is very clear. The president will have to work along with the latest board of directors. It should be the board of directors dismissing me and not the president, because he who's appointed is the one who's fired. I am not a presidential appointee. Who is misleading the president to thinking that I can be dismissed by the president? And so that was how it all started, and that was how it all ended.
Thank you. Thank you. I know you're gonna say more. It's true. I can confirm. You send me those information, but you should also add that you asked me not to make public any of your information.
Yeah, sure, I did.
So therefore, we respected you on that. Let me bring in Kev Hassan again. You guys know the drill. Let's ask our question. Alex, if you can make your answer shorter, if you can, we'll give you time to explain further because you got a lot to say tonight. Kev Hassan, please.
Alex, 2019, you resigned because of allegation of corruption, right?
I resigned because of the same looting of the census resources.
So my question to you, why you want to work in that same, why you came back to work in that same place that you said you resigned because of allegation of corruption?
Thank you so much. So when I resigned, the government decided that they would provide me $25,000 to pursue a double master's degree in official statistics. What I also want to make to you clear, I resigned as census project coordinator, but I retained my position as Deputy Director General for Statistics. And I got a study leave, and I went to the Czech Republic and did a double master and successfully completed it with honor. I got a scholarship from the former Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, Jan Fischer, who had earlier asked me to work in his statistical firm, who also taught me official statistics. I came back to Liberia as per my study leave. I was to return and work for the government for a minimum of 2 years. If you even go to the civil service standing order on study leave, it will tell you that. Though I was not a civil servant, but that was made applicable to me when I signed the study leave agreement with Legis. And so when I returned and was processing my resident permit, I must also inform you that I'm a resident permit holder of the Czech Republic. When I was processing my resident permit to go and do my PhD, and I was in Ghana, the census was having a challenge. There was problem going on with the census. The then resident coordinator of the UNFPA, resident rep, Dr. Barnett, along with the Swedish, who is the major donor of the census, providing over 7.8 million Swedish kroners, decided that I should come back to Liberia and take over the census. And so Minister Tue placed a call to me and told me that I needed to abort my study or pursuit of a PhD and return to the country to come back and serve. And so I told Minister Tue and the rest of the other folks that if you are asking me to come back to serve a toxic environment that I once resign from, I must get assurance that I'm coming back to Legis, I'm coming back to take over the census, and there will be no interference by my boss. And as per the census project document, the census secretariat that runs the day-to-day activity of the
Yes,
census.
you should got to take that because you're not answering. Wait.
Keep one second, I'm finishing. And so a Zoom call was made.
You're not answering my question.
So a Zoom call was made. I was being assured that when I returned, there will be no interference. And it was on the basis of that assurance from Minister Twer and from the partner I thought to give it a second chance. And besides and beyond, it's about country. And whenever I'm given an opportunity to call out to serve, I will serve.
Okay. You did not answer my question. My question was why you want to work on that the same entity that you call as a whistleblower. You should have come straight and say, no, I'm not working there. I'm not coming there. I don't want to work there. And let's stop this thing right now. But you came back.
Keith, let me say something to you. If today, sorry, Keith,
Alex, 1 minute. Alex, 1 minute. Kev, ask your second question. I know that you can wrap it, right?
Yeah, then you can go around it. Because the reason I'm saying this, the last time you were on the show, sometime last year, you were talking about you heading up that legis, you qualify. So with all the corruption you're talking about, but you still wanted to be the boss. You were angry. You said they're putting Wilma Smith in front of you. You had a barrage of anger on the show. So you confused me at that moment that you want to head an entity that you call corrupt people, but you want to be there at that time, and you had all the information, but you kept it. You want to be there. So let me ask you my question. During the time you were studying, did you receive your full pay through that time? Did you receive your pay?
Okay, so Stanton.
Thank you, Kev. Go ahead, Alex.
Even today where I sit, if I'm called back to serve my country and to do the census, I will come back and serve my country and do the census under the right atmosphere. Let me make that clear, because it is about country. It's not about an individual. It's not about ego. Whenever I'm given the opportunity to serve my country, I will. Back to the issue of my salary. Yes, as per the leave agreement I have with Legis was entitled to pay me my full salary. And so, yes, I received my full salary. Mind you also, I am not a civil servant. And so the issue about 60% is not applicable to me.
Thank you very much, Alex. We appreciate your answer, Kev. Thank you for your 3 or 4 questions. Chief Sintuman and George. Sintuman and George. All right, let's bring in Mariah. Mariah, you want to ask your question?
Yeah. Thank you, Stan.
Yeah, go ahead. We're bringing too many when he said his internet is acting up. Go ahead, Mariah.
Okay. Alex, I'm looking forward to further conversation, but given yesterday's show and several of the appearances you've made and statements you've made around the census, which I clearly obviously agree with, my first question to you would be, what do you recommend can be done to fix this mess ASAP for us to get a credible census, given the implications of not having one on the country?
In answering your question, I will make reference to the fundamental principles of official statistics. One of the fundamental principles of official statistics talks about public trust. That statistical institutions, NSO, must always ensure that the public trust the statistic and the data that we produce. How do the public trust us? By our activities. The first thing would be to get to dismiss all those who have misused, stolen, and misappropriated the Liberian people money at the entity, who were given due process, who also used the Liberian people money to hire Councillor Bono Vama to represent them at LACC, who was found guilty after the investigation by LACC. We must muster the moral courage and high ground. First, all of the 3 deputies, as per the Legis Act, are appointed by the board. And so the board need not wait for the president. All of these people must be dismissed, who are in the LACC report. For the Director General who was appointed by the president should muster the moral high ground to dismiss the Director General. That's the first thing we need to do. Because if we do that, then the public see the institution in a different light. And we must now replace these dismissed officials or suspended officials with people who are versed, understanding, and authority in the subject matter, and who have integrity. For example, Minister Chie Sanford Wisse is a demographer and a seasoned population expert. He's assistant minister at the Ministry of Health. He is very qualified and capable to head that institution. Mr. Kuma Adam, an economist, former member of the WAMI institution representing Liberia, he's well qualified to head our institution, and many other folks in Liberia. These people must be replaced by these people to head it. That's number one. Number two, we are already in a messy situation. People are angry. There is absolutely no way you can proceed with the census. You must have to postpone it to next year. We must do a new training because most of the people did not even use the gadget that they are supposed to be using to collect the data. So how are these people going to collect the data? So we have to do another round of training. Also, we have to pay all those who are indebted to the setting fees and other vendors who provided catering services and other things. So these are my initial recommendation if we must have a credible census, one that we can use for development planning for the forward march of our country development and democracy.
Thank you, Alex. My second question would be, and this is on the assumption that you are the G. Alex M. Williams on Facebook, who made a post today about Minister Tue and with several other allegations and promised to show some documents. My question would be, you mentioned in that post that there were several other persons who are connected to Minister Tue and Wilma Smith at Licious and Lawrence George who are withdrawing from the census account. Could you tell the public who are those persons and their relationships to Minister Tue, Wilma Smith, and Lawrence George?
So I would like to shift that question to a later time because I'll share some pieces of evidence with Stanton. I will not want to be just saying, Mariah, whenever I speak with fact. I speak with pieces of evidence. So I would love to shift that to the appropriate time where those things will be displayed for the world to see.
Okay. And just to follow, this includes all of the other allegations in the post, including the bank account in Ivory Coast, including the fake company as well. All of these things will be done at a later time.
The bank account in Ivory Coast is in the possession of Stanton as we speak. The fake contract and firm is in the possession of Stanton as we speak. All of the resources that was transferred to the account at EcoBank that is used for the census that Minister Tue said only 300 transferred is also in the possession of Stanton. And so we'll display them tonight.
Thank you very much, Mariah. We want to appreciate you. Alice, thank you. And after this round of questioning, We'll give Alex a chance. We'll do those exhibit, and we want the librarian people to see. Then we'll have the time to ask for the question. So again, Alex will say thank you. So Tumani, are you hearing us? Can you please come in with your question?
All right. Okay. Good to see you again. Remember yesterday you mentioned that during the course of these events you communicated to the president through WhatsApp. You told the president what was happening at the show because you TDC you have this was happening legislatures and what was the response you got from the president and all those who you informed about what was happening.
So I WhatsApp the president with all of the documentation. The president, there was an indication that the president received all of those. A source very close to the president confirmed that he received it. Even before I sent those communications to the president, when I appeared on this network in April, Keith is on record for saying that the president was listening to the show and that the president was going to take action the next day. Keith is on record for saying that. And so the president saw my WhatsApp with all of those. The president, since that time, have not formally communicated to me or responded to those pieces of documentation and evidence that I shared with him.
Okay. For the record, the members of the board of legislators, who are members of the board of legislators besides the chairman?
Besides the chairman,
just to
some
add that
members of
after
the
you, yeah, let me just finish with it. And also doing all of these
We gave you time.
transaction,
It's important, Sentimony George. We gave you time to ask that second question, but it's important that he tell the Liberians folks the names of those on the board. So go ahead, Alex, please.
Okay.
The Minister of Labor, Councillor Gibson, is a member of the Board of Legislators by virtue of the fact that he's the Minister of Labor. The Minister of Gender, Honorable Piso Sidita, is a member of the Board of Legislators by virtue of the fact that she's the Minister of Gender. The President of the University of Liberia, Dr. Julius Saulo Nelson, is a member of the Board of Legislators by virtue of the fact he's the President of the University of Liberia. The European Union Ambassador is a member of the Board of Legislators by virtue of the fact he's an ambassador of the European Union. The Rural Planters Association, represented by Mr. Brown, Barney Brown, is a member of the Board of Legislators by virtue of the fact he represents that institution. The Central Bank of Liberia is a member of the Board of Legislators, and they are adjutant and frequently represented by Mr. Jefferson Campbell and sometimes by the Deputy Bank Governor in presence of Dr. Ducre. The Ministry of Agriculture, the Minister of Agriculture is a member of the Board of Legislators by virtue of the fact she's the Minister of Agriculture. And there are several, the Ministry of Health is a member of the Board of Legislators, and they are frequently represented by Deputy Minister Vavi Tule and sometimes by Minister Chie Sanford Wisse. And so these are some members of the Board of Legislators.
Okay. Now you have given the members of the board. So during all of these what was occurring at legislators, I'm sure besides the chairman of the board, the entire board members were all aware about what was going on at legislators, and I'm sure you informed them through communication and so. And what was the outcome? What was the response that you got from the members of the board?
Now, I can tell you today, if you assemble the member of the Board of Legislators and you make that meeting very public, you will see that majority of the members of the Board of Legislators are in total disagreement with Minister Tue on the fashion and manner in which he has been handling the institution. But the unfortunate thing is that there is no board meeting without Minister Tue presiding. And so whenever the board calls for a meeting, I can show you tons of emails that specifically Minister Piso Sedita will call for meeting on several occasions, but those meetings are never held. For instance, since I was illegally suspended as project coordinator in February, Minister Piso is on record for calling for a board meeting on multiple occasions to handle these things. There was no board meeting until August 25th, more than 6 months after this situation. When the board assembled on the 25th of August, the ambassador of the European Union, for example, was in that board meeting. The deputy bank governor, Dr. Dukley, was in that board meeting. The director of the central bank, Honorable Jefferson Campbell, was in that meeting. The Minister of Agriculture was in that meeting. The Minister of Labor was in that meeting. Minister Piso Sedita was in that meeting. The Minister of Finance was also in that meeting. And that meeting concluded that number one, Mr. Smith was illegally acting as acting director general. And the board resolved that from that day forward, Wilmot Smith should stop impersonating as acting director general, because the act establishing that institution says, articles section 58.2, in the absence of the director general, the deputy for statistics and data processing shall act. And so all of the board members agree, including the Minister of Labor, who is also a councillor, that it was a complete violation of the law, and that Mr. Wilmot Smith should not anymore proceed. They also agree that I was illegally suspended as census project coordinator, and I should go back and take over the census. And even my vehicle that Wilmot Smith seized from me for over 2 months, I used to walk from my residence in Police Academy to work, that he should turn over my vehicle along with my fuel supply. I wish at that time he had already siphoned over 15,000 United States dollar fuel supply that was given to me by the World Bank. The records are there. They took that decision on August 25th. After that meeting, they agreed that Minister Tue will communicate the decision of the board to the partners. Right after that meeting, I received my vehicle from Wilmot Smith and Lawrence George. My fuel up to today, I have not received. The very same day that meeting ended, Wilmot Smith told me in my face that it was a waste of my time, and that all of what the board have said was a waste of my time, and he would still proceed. True to Wilmot Smith was, the Minister of Finance never communicated the decision of the board to the partners, even up to today. Not only that, after they have reinstated me as census project coordinator, Mr. Wilmot Smith the following day had a census media engagement at City Hall, and again announced himself as acting director general. The following week, he had another stakeholder meeting. In fact, it was a workshop this time with the partners at Bele Casa, again serving as acting director general, and again running the census with all my involvement. So the board has been making some frantic effort, but Minister Tue unilaterally has been the one preventing the decisions of the board taking effect. And I feel also a bit sad that sometimes the board cannot push and press forward so that it does not appear that it is a one-man board, because that is why it has to at the end of the day.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you. Mo Ali.
Thank you, Stanton. Alex, how are you?
I'm great.
I am particularly concerned about the integrity of the data that will be collected. We know in these kind of surveys, when people are doing training, you do pre-testing of the data in order to test the viability of the tool and also the data interpreting or software. And we understand that the census was supposed to take place, or the holiday should have been declared on the last day actually of the census, because the pre-testing, not the pre-testing, the household listing and everything, listing or marking of the household should have been done in the first 2 or 3 days of the in the enumeration area. And you also have about almost 17,000 enumerators. Now, with all of these back and forth hula baloo, do you think the data will be credible?
Let me answer your question this way. The first line of data quality is training, adequate training. That's the first line of data quality. Because when you adequately train those who go to collect the data, then you are assured that they know what they are going to collect. Already failed. The second law of data quality is supervision and monitoring of field work. Today, as I speak to you in Nima, there is still no field. Tomorrow, the team from Maryland, Grand Gide and River G, who has spent over 47 days, the alleges sent, most of whom alleges worker, GIS worker, drivers, and have only received 10-day payment order for the 7 day. They are going to be returning to Monrovia because just yesterday, Lawrence just sent 25 gallons of fuel. After these people have been there, I have recording to that effect. They have resolved to come back. There is no work going on anywhere. So there is no data quality, no adequate training, no supervision. Even right now as we speak, the director of data processing few weeks ago was arrested on the order of Wilmot Smith, taken to the police station, was kept in prison the entire Friday. He slept in prison even when his lawyer went to free him. On the following day, he had to call me. I had to go and arrange with some legal counsels and other people, and we released him on Saturday. As we speak, that guy has never returned to work. He is the one who programmed all of the census tablets. Today, no synchronization of the data is going to the server. How you think data is going to reach to the server when you have humiliated and arrested the director of data processing? Now they are claiming he's the one sabotaging. I'm not very sure he's the one, but I'm also very sure that he's traumatized and he has decided to rest. They have also taken the laptop belonging to him. Not only that, they have changed all of his login credentials to the server and to the various data portals. So they have brought in new people to take over with no understanding of somebody who built the system, and you are now going to collect data and you think you can just get rid of that individual. And so there is so much problem, so much problem, that even if we succeed in collecting few pockets of data here and there, which will be unscientific, which will be a buzzcall way of doing things, which you will have a lot of error. And if you even go to do data cleaning, at the end of the day, you will just end up with absolutely mess. Because you cannot even use some scientific statistical method like hot docking and other things to do imputation of the missing data. And so the census is doomed. Let's stop this. It has already been exposed that it's a sham, it's a fiasco, and let's train our people and let's conduct the census next time.
Your second question, Mo. Go ahead.
Yeah. So based on everything that you've said, you then agree with me that Lisgis and its bull have just squandered millions and millions of dollars of money that should have been used to collect quality data that will be the fulcrum on which our planning processes and development would have evolved. That money has just been wasted.
Not only that they have wasted millions and millions of dollars, but they have exposed incompetence and corruption to the zenith. They have shown to not just the Liberian people, but to the world at large that we are a bunch of people that have no direction and no understanding and can't listen to technical advices. That's what have happened.
Thank you very much, Alex. Dr. Peabody, please.
Alex, good to see you again, and good to see everybody. I'm listening to you. One of my concern I had here, my question is, why did the World Bank and other partners sit back this long to make a remark of the corruption that was existing at Legis? Why didn't it come up with a statement? Why didn't it come up to withdraw the assistance to Legis? Why it's taking this long?
Truthfully speaking, I'm still one person who is asking that question as to why they have not commented. But this is what I will tell you in one of the steering committee what one of the partners said. The census has a census basket fund where the government money and partner monies and everyone's money is supposed to go. That basket fund is managed by UNFPA. Corruption at the level of the basket fund is almost impossible because it's not managed by Legis. So there where the partners' money are, there is another census source of funding, which is the HISWA project. HISWA is Harmonizing and Improving Statistics in West Africa. It's a $30 million statistical project that was provided to the government of Liberia. 15 million is a loan, 15 million is a grant. That $30 million is managed by the HISWA project management team at Legis. The head of that HISWA project management team is Augustine Topa. He is also a civil servant and a Legis employee. The World Bank also hired through a vetting process procurement officer, finance officer, or procurement consultant, finance, whatever nomenclature, on that project. The money, when it comes from Washington, D.C. for that project, it goes to Kenya. From Kenya, it goes to the PFMU at the Ministry of Finance. On an annual basis, Legis does what we call the annual work plan and budget. We tell the World Bank that this year, out of the 30 million, we'll be spending 20 million or 50 million or 5 million. This is XYZ thing we spend our money on. We make the decision on how we want to spend the money. The World Bank will look at it and approve that annual work plan and give it to us. And then we follow the requisite process and do the expenditure and carry it to PFMU and all of that. Much corruption is not also occurring there. I'm saying much because I know for a fact corruption is occurring there, but not much corruption is occurring there. Where the corruption is coming from in this entire census is there is a census account that was used 2008 when we conducted the National Population Housing Census in 2008. In 2018, we reactivated that census account. I was a signatory to the census account by virtue of the fact that I am a signatory along with the Director General to all Legis accounts, whether census or whatever. And the administrator and the controller are signatory B to all Legis accounts as per the law. And so I was a signatory to that account until when I started to talk about the corruption issue, raising it, and they removed my name from that account. So what happens is that all of the government money that comes from the Ministry of Finance, the central bank check, is being deposited in that account at Echo Bank. Now, latest responsibility is that after that check is being cleared and the resources is in the account, as per the co-financing agreement signed by Latest and UNFPA, they were supposed to take that money from that account, which is a transitory account, and send to the UNFPA Census Basket Fund account. There where the census corruption is happening. Because when the money goes to that account, currently some of the signatories to that account is the Director General. He's a signatory to that account. Lawrence George is a signatory to that account, and the account number will be placed here. And I'm saying it for the record. And that's one of the reasons I also get disappointed in the national legislature, because they have an oversight responsibility. There are a lot of information that are placed out, bank statement, checks. They should muster the courage to call Minister Twe and put into a check, rather than the speaker calling a secret meeting called executive session, where he will invite Minister Twe and the public will not have the opportunity to know how Minister Twe is being x-rayed. You understand? So that account is where, when the money goes to that account, it is exclusively controlled by latest management. I can confirm to you that over 2.7 million United States dollars has gone to that account, and approximately $900,000 in Liberian value, which would be around 180 plus million. And you will see all of the time the money was just transferred. You see the bank statement, everything today. There where the corruption is happening. So when the census money is sent to that account, rather than let's say transferring to the census basket fund, they just use it for their own personal use. There where you see 160,000 is being taken from to pay luscious. There where you see 2,100 just on the 10th of October was withdrawn by Lawrence George, was withdrawn by Wilmer Smith for their personal use. There where the corruption is happening.
All right, you talk about the other funds, and you said that a little bit of corruption is going on there, but it's not too much. What do you mean by that? And then I'll just end my question here. Since when you got to know about, how long has this corruption been going on at least? When did you first see it? Up to 2019, 22, when did you first see it? So if you answer both questions, what do you mean by little corruption going on, but not too much? What do you mean by that?
Thank you,
First,
Dr. Peabody.
what do I mean by little corruption? I will give you a practical example. Wilmer Smith wrote the World Bank, because Wilmer Smith is the director for dissemination, that he wanted 114,000 from the World Bank to do dissemination of the census activity, the pilot census. The World Bank approved that money and gave to Legis. I was the census project coordinator. We have already received money for the publicity of the pilot census from UNFPA, the census basket fund. All of that 114,000, Wilmer Smith and my boss and other people withdrew 70,000 from that account, from the World Bank. Wilmer Smith again and my boss and Lawrence George went to the census account at Echo Bank, withdrew 50,000 first, withdrew another 20,000 second, 70,000 again. So they took 70,000 from the World Bank for dissemination of the census. They took another 70,000 from the government account for the same dissemination of census, while UNFPA already paid for the dissemination of the census. So they went ahead and got one report of few group of people where they signed. You will see John signed on this sheet, J1, Peter signed J2, Peter signed J3, and things like that. and the date is just upside down. When we went to LSCC for the investigation, where is the 70,000 report, expenditure report, Mr. William Smith, you told from Echo Bank for the census? William Smith went and brought that fake report where he got maybe 2 or 3 persons to sign for about 40 persons. And then that same fake report, William Smith sent it to the World Bank as expenditure report for the 70,000 he got from the World Bank. So that would be an example of when I say small corruption is happening with the census money or the World Bank funding. Because we make requests, we do expenditure, and we give report to the World Bank team at our place. So in the process of explaining whatever we promise the World Bank will do, like in the case of the dissemination, we must rather allow my boss to few people and in that money, 70,000 from World Bank, 70,000 from never did the work, got few people to sign. That would be a practical example. The next thing is, when did I got to know? I told you, I realized it in 2019. The first contribution for the census was given by the Ministry of Finance in April of 2019. In August of 2019, more than 200,000 have already been missing from the census account. I, who is the census project coordinator, I now requested for it down. When I went to check the account, because I was a signatory to it, it was when I realized and started flaking it. And when nobody could listen, that was how I thought to resign. My letter leaked when the very moment I submitted my resignation in 2019, the very moment Mika had my letter of resignation, when I now published it. Minister Fagon is here, is my witness. People were calling me from all radio stations and TV stations to appear. I never appear on any radio show. I have even a show, let's say a news that was done on me by Front Page Africa in 2019. By my boss and other people making a story and say I stole money. People asked me to respond. I said I will not respond to it because at the appropriate time, I will be vindicated. And God being God, at the appropriate time, we went through investigation by LSCC and I was vindicated. So yes, when did I got to know? Was far back as 2019. And I started raising the red flag.
Thank you very much, Alex. Let me bring in Eugene. Let me Fagon.
Well, thank you, and it's great to see all of you guys. My greetings to all of you. I hope Alex can also confirm that his recent letter on Saturday immediately landed in my hand, and I contacted him again. I said, hey, is this true? Indeed, most of the things that come out do land in my hand. But I'd like Alex to know, first of all, I'm supposed to get 2 questions. I'll only ask you 1. And that's because I want you to know that when I see truth, I know truth. When I see an honest man, I know an honest man. And I was there before, so I know most of the things you're talking about. There's just 2 things here. When Kev asked you about why were you fighting, the act says you should be there. And that is the law. And that's the reason why you were fighting, to uphold the law. When you said that the president does not have the authority, I'm not sure about that, because Article 50 is clear when it says the executive power of the republic shall be vested in the president, who shall be the head of state, meaning the whole country, but he'll also be the head of the government. And legis is not outside the domain of the Liberian government. So I think we have to look at that deeply. He can just come down and fire even a sweeper because he's the head of the government. But I'm going to do something here quickly for my question to you. And I don't know if I will be able to do that from my screen here, but I'm looking on Legis website. You see the yellow, you look at Liberia Census 2022, it is beautiful, okay? But there, I go to, there's a part on the pin that says Census. you guys put that census. And on census, if you click census, you will see Liberia Census 2022. So I go to Liberia Census 2022 and I click and I see 403 forbidden. What the heck is that? I'm looking at Liberia Census 2022. I go and I click on it. It says 403 forbidden. Explain that to me, please. That is Legis's website, for God in heaven's sake. And we're supposed to be looking at Liberia Census 2022. And I click on it as a taxpayer. And I see 403 forbidden. What is that? Does that support what you're saying? That look, nothing is happening. Nothing will happen. If you go there, you will see nothing. And that's up. Let me go back. I wish I could, maybe, I don't know if I turn my camera like this, see if I can help the situation. This is the website.
Minister Fagon.
Yes.
So, I try to do justice to the question.
Right.
So as you asked the question, I went to the census website. The census website, for others who don't know, is census.legis.gov.lr. So I can confirm that I'm seeing on the census website 403 forbidden.
Forbidden.
I cannot answer why it is right now, but it is also shocking to me that apparently somebody is tampering with that because they don't want people to see their atrocities. Maybe that is the reason. But I can confirm for a fact that yes, I've clicked on the census legis.gov.lr and it is giving me an indication saying forbidden.
There it is. There it is. 403 forbidden. Why will we be into day 5 of our census? And then we go on the website and we look at census 2022 to be specific. You see census. You click on census on day 5. It says specifically Liberia Census 2022. And then you click on it, you see 403 forbidden. For God in heaven's sake. Let me just close this question straight to you and direct. Listen to my question carefully. Do we need to suspend this sanction temporarily and do it right next year and get a better result? Or if we continue on this path, are we doomed? Tell us something about the international community and meeting international standards, and whether our census will be condemned and it will not meet, so that the Liberian people can know that if we do it now, we screw up. If we pause and do it the right way later, we get results. What are your thoughts?
This is synonymous to Mariah Yakuda question. And again, for the record, what I told my colleagues at Legis when they invited me to help salvage the situation, that this is no quick fix. And I repeat, this is no quick fix. It cannot be patched. It cannot be fixed at this stage in a hurry, bust trouser methodology. And if you call any honest and well-seasoned statistician or population scientist or demographer, they will tell you that this census cannot go on in this atmosphere. Census is not just about knowing the number of people. We want to know the attributes of those people and their housing characteristics. We want to know the size of the population. We want to know the structure of the population. We want to know the arrangement of the population. We want to know poverty level. We want to know how many people live in mud structures, in zinc shacks. Where are these people living? What are the nearest places they go for education, for health services? What are the level of infant mortality, child mortality, maternal mortality? We also have incorporated the Washington group of question on the issue of disability. We want to know so many things from this census, and people are joking and playing. So to answer your question directly, cut it off. Cut it off. Extend it to next year and do that which I recommended. Dismiss Lauren Josh, dismiss Wilmot Smith, he has already been dismissed. Dismiss Francis Ware, bring people with high degree of integrity who have understanding of the subject matter, retrain these people, go for another 10 days of solid training, provide the necessary support, feeding and other things. How can you even train people on hungry stomach? How can you even train people on hungry stomach and expect them to learn? It's impossible. You know, my pastor can sometimes jokingly say it's impossible. So it's impossible. So let's postpone the census to next year.
Thank you. And it is important
Thank
to
you.
note, dear CEO, that other links on the site are working. If you click on them, you will see everything. But just like Bureau Census 2022, if you click on it, it says 403 forbidden by the Spoon Network family.
Maybe the next one will be 419. But let's bring in Chairman Ben Sanvi. Chairman?
Thank you. Thank you. Alex, it's good to see you. I have two. We have two questions, right? No? Two?
Yes, two.
Okay,
two
great.
questions.
So my first question, Alex, has to do with what you were talking about regarding the different accounts. Do you, first of all, what's the total? Do you happen to know the total budget of this census? What it was, or what it is?
So the initial census budget, as per the project document, is around 19 million.
How much is the Liberian government contribution, and how much is the
so let me just say, so it was around 19 million. The last time I checked, the census budget went to 24 million.
Okay.
What is the current census budget? I cannot, because there has been a lot of fluctuation. And if you ask anybody now at Legis, they will never tell you the exact total census budget. I challenge them to send it to you, and you go line by line. It will never be correct. Why? Because there is no fiscal discipline when it comes to the expenditure of the census funding. So there are multiplicity of times we are experiencing deficit. But the initial census budget of around 19 plus million, the government was to contribute 6 million. Along the way, and if you look at the co-financing agreement signed between Legis and UNFPA, the initial co-financing agreement, government was contributing 6 million. That was signed on May 15, 2019 by the Director General Legis and the UNFPA representative, Dr. Barnett. Along the way, government told the partners that they could not afford the 6 million. So they decided to reverse the census co-financing agreement because there were other legal and administrative and technical problems associated with the initial co-financing agreement. In the process of revising it, the government agreed along with the partner that because of budgetary constraint, the government would have provided 3 million out of the 19 million for the census. That is what I can confirm to you. I can also confirm to you that the government provided 1 million in 2019. 700,000 reached the census basket fund. In 2021, all of the money in the census the government provided, nothing reached the census basket fund. In 2022, in May, to be precise, when the partners decided and started to put pressure on the government and decided that they will withdraw their support, Minister Tue directly transferred $3 million United States dollar from the government account directly to the UNFPA Census Basket Fund, meaning the government have transferred a total of $3.7 million. That is excluding the over $180 million Liberian dollar and over $2 million United States dollar that Minister Tuer sent to Lege's account at EcoBank that tonight the world will see, rather and opposed to the $300,000 Liberian dollar he lied to our Liberian people in the world that he sent to Lege's.
Okay. Thank you, Alex. And I'm going to wait to the rounds of us when we get to the point, when we get to the issue of the money and the transfer to ask follow-up questions on that, because I don't want to jump in front. But let me ask you a question. Several people have asked here. I think Peabody asked, I think somebody else asked something regarding the international partners, and your words were to the extent of you yourself trying to figure out why, right? But I want to push you a little further. Do you know what is the Americans? What are the Americans' involvement? Is it through USAID? Was the U.S. ambassador? Is the U.S. ambassador involved? Because we know the U.S. ambassador. This current U.S. ambassador is very hands-on. He's a very hands-on ambassador in Liberia. Did he attend any of these meetings? Was there USAID representation? And before you answer that, I'm looking at this front page article, right? Front page Africa article where they're quoting him as stating, and I want you to explain what you think he meant. And you don't know, you're not in his mind, but I'm just trying to get your thoughts on that. When he said something regarding, despite hiccups that characterize the start, meaning he's acknowledging that it started, right? The census has begun and is ongoing, and it's important for Liberia to have this census, get it done, get it right. It's not going to be perfect, but it's very important for the census to move forward, even going as far as saying opposition politicians should not use their acts as supporters to disrupt the census. This is from Front Page Africa. Let me ask you, again, I want to say, what is the U.S. involvement with this census? I know you state that a European ambassador is on the board and stuff like that. What is the U.S. involvement with this census? And do you think they too are being misinformed or misled?
Okay, that's a very beautiful question, and I thank God you brought it back. Let me digress a little. In 2018, we wrote the U.S. Census Bureau to provide technical assistance for the census that was supposed to be here in 2019. Because the U.S. Census Bureau is a member of the ICCC, that is the International Census Coordinating Committee, for the 2020 round of censuses that runs from 2015 to 2024. They graciously agreed. They were also at the same time providing technical assistance for Malawi, who was also going to do digital census. We wrote that communication in July. In September, the U.S. Census Bureau was coming to Liberia to conduct what we call the TAS, Tool for Assessing Statistical Capacity, like a SWOT analysis of the statistical office, that will enable the U.S. Census Bureau to adequately know what kind of support to provide to leaders for the census. In the same September, my boss wrote a communication when Oliver Fisher, who at the time was the director of international program at the U.S. Census Bureau, had already taken flight and was in Malawi making his way to Liberia. My boss wrote the U.S. Census Bureau telling them that we are not ready for the technical assistance. And so Oliver Fisher and the U.S. Census Bureau wrote, I have an email telling them that it's a shame and they are disappointed that a champion like Ellis Williams, it is in that letter, a champion like Ellis Williams, who is advocating and supporting the census will be honored. It is in that letter. And so, prior to even that, the U.S. Census Bureau told us to write a UC, and UC had initially agreed to provide $2 million to the U.S. Census Bureau to provide us the technical assistance, including training of Liberians, demographers, geospatial engineers, and statisticians, and other people in America and other places at the U.S. Census Bureau in Washington, D.C. Immediately, Oliver Fisher wrote that letter, the U.S. Census, the UC wrote us the following week telling us that they would not be able to support the census. So the USA did not support the census, did not attend any of the census meeting until of recent. We had a budget gap of $2 million for the census. Then the new UNFPA rep decided that she would knock doors of foreign friends. In the process, she went back to the American and the USA. The American agreed that ceteris paribus, holding all things constant, if the budget gap remains at $2 million, they will provide the $2 million to the Liberian government to conduct the census. All of a sudden, the budget gap shifted from $2 million within less than a week to $2.7 million because the initial plan of buying the ring gears and other things from Copenhagen, Denmark, which would have been less cheaper because UNFPA was buying it. Wilmer Smith and Lauren George decided that they would shortcut the process because they want to have kickback and buy those those ring gears and flashlight from Settee Brothers. So because they were buying it locally, the unit cost increased. So rather than spending $400,000, we started to spend, or most of it was $700,000 and some more dollars. So that is what I can say as to the involvement of the UC. I know the UC committed $2 million as of October 20th. I can confirm to you that the UC had not transferred that $2 million to the UNFPA as of the 20th of October.
This year.
Whether after that time, UC have provided the $2 million or not, I cannot confirm, neither can I deny. After that time. But as of the 20th of October, I'm saying the 20th because we're in a meeting on the 20th at the Capitol building, and that question was asked to the UNFPA deputy rep, and he confirmed in that meeting that they had now received UC money.
Okay.
He also confirmed in that meeting that additional $500,000 outstanding that the Swedish should have provided had not also come, because the Swedish were also having problems with the issue of corruption at the entity. Now to the issue of the ambassador's statement. Our Alice will say to you even today that the census should never and ever be politicized. It is a national project, and nobody, no political party, no opposition or position, no position should politicize the census. And that's one of the reasons why when Wilmer Smith went on OKFA and said that he is from the ruling party CDC and his party was doing that, I front on him. Because even if you read the fundamental principle of official statistics, statisticians should be non-political, it should be apolitical. That is why though everyone knew that I'm a seditious, when I came back from school, I decided that I would be apolitical. From that time forward, I have never a single day posted or said anything about census. Because if census must be successful, for instance, you have to go to Mr. Alexander Cummings and tell Mr. Alexander Cummings to speak to his constituent, to participate in the process. You have to go to Ambassador Worker to speak to his constituent. You have to go to Simon Freeman and the rest of other people. You must go to the traditional council to speak to the people in the Pora and Sunday. You must go to the religious community, Imam Ali Krayi, Sheikh Muhammad Abu Samaru, and other people, to speak to their people, to tell them that yes, this process is a process that we all must support. That's one of the reasons why the census is failing. And so if you wear a political party jacket, and the man knows on your face you are a sedition, you are working to Mr. Kumi and Mr. Brecker, that yeah, I'm a sedition camp, this is a CDC project, you will not support it.
So you didn't answer my last question. That just started just like my 5 seconds.
I just wanted you to know, because you did say USAID just got into the picture from your explanation, which I thank you for that, because I was trying to figure out what was the involvement. So do you believe that the US ambassador, from the quotes that is attributed to him, I want to be very clear because we're on the radio, because this is from front page. I'm not reading it from
Yeah,
the
so
US
I'm getting there, but I want to explain
Oh,
it
okay,
because
okay,
this is a very important question.
Sorry, go ahead.
And let me say also on the record, I also have serious problem with the opposition, because the opposition had a role to play in saving this census. Ambassador Burka, Mr. Cummings, and the rest of other people cannot say that they have not been listening to the radio and hearing me and other people announcing this issue that there is problem with the census. The Unity Party has lawmakers at the lower house and the upper house. ANC has lawmakers at the lower hall and the upper hall. They should have mustered the courage of making a clear position, because this is also border on the elections and coming to power. I heard Mr. Cummings talk a few times about the census, but they needed to have a definitive position to the lawmakers and say this is a national project. It's not about whether the president feel or not, because this is about all of us. So in the spirit of nationalism and patriotism, I am of the opinion the ambassador spoke in that light. And I am also supporting the ambassador speaking in that light. But what I am also going to say to the ambassador today, because I know from some indication he's monitoring this show, that Mr. Ambassador, apparently the information being given to you that the census has started, Mr. Ambassador, is not true.
That was the question I wanted to
Mr. Ambassador, there are people in the chat rooms in Maryland, in Lo-Fi, in other places telling us that the census have not started, no enumeration of okay. Mr. Ambassador, if you think I'm lying to you, ask the people for the census dashboard, because anybody enumerated goes strictly to that dashboard. Mr. Ambassador, they have misled you also, and that the reality is census is not on course. And Mr. Ambassador, ask your technician from the U.S. Census Bureau. They will tell you that under this circumstance, census cannot be successful in Liberia. And I'm saying this again, even if you count up to January under this atmosphere, you will not count 50% of the population.
Thank you very much, guys. That was a very, very interesting question and answer. We have some documents to display. We will display these documents, and please take your pen and papers. Then you will come in with your question. Alex going to direct us as we display this document. And I also want to just bring your attention from the LDCC case number 2. That consider Edwin Clark Mountain, Executive Chairman, then Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission. It came out June 17, 2022 at 1 p.m. And when he spoke about investigative report, allegation of financial improprieties and corruption at the Liberia Institute of Statistics and Geoinformation Services. You can find these documents. These documents are there. It's not only the entity legis. We also have the information on the Liberia Water and Soil as well. And we will be having that conversation next week concerning Liberia Water and Soil. The reason why we're doing this thing, go back and find out who's the chair on the board of Legis and the board of Liberia Water and Soil. Who's the chair? Or what are the, this thing just one place to another, one place to another. And we have to help and tell the Liberian people. And I want to appreciate you, Alex. I have another gentleman coming on to tell it all. And we're going to pause till we get to that story. So if you ever follow the story from the press briefing with Councillor Edwin Clark Mountain, the executive chairman of Legis at the time, I mean LCC at the time, it came out June 17, 2022 at 1 p.m. You're going to find it's case number 2, investigative report into allegation of financial improprieties and corruption at the Liberia Institute of Statistics and Geoinformation Services, where these people were recommended to the Justice Department. You have from part 1 all the way to part 5 You can read it and you can enjoy it. Then you ask yourself the question, why are we here? Why Alex is still talking? Why Alex is still complaining? Why Alex is still coming up with more information? We're going to get there. Alex, direct our thought as we put out this exhibit. Let me know which one you want to display, and then we will bring the guys in after you explain for them to ask the critical question. Folks, if you're on the radio link, you will not be able to see the exhibit, but we're explaining it the best way we can. Those of you that are watching us on Spoon by way of Facebook, on Fabric, on Super, on YouTube, it's time for you to take your glasses, watch these checks and these display. We got a lot of them. Probably will not show all of them today. But this is very important about bank transfer, even out of Liberia into Ivory Coast. It will shock you what you're about to see. But want to say, let's go ahead, Alex.
Okay, so the first one will be the total contribution.
Total contribution. There you go. I'm sorry, if you zoom in, you will see it better because it's the best we can do. So we just want you to zoom in while we speak about. Alex, talk to us about what you're showing us tonight. And folks are going to take that information and zoom in.
Okay, so that you see before you is the total contribution that the government of Liberia have made towards the census that went to the census account that is with EcoBank. I don't know if you can expand it for the public to see better because I don't even see it clear from my side.
I'm trying to work on this, except James, can you just zoom in session by session and we display it better once we zoom in from your end? The producer going to zoom in Alex, but this is the total contribution. What
Okay,
is
so
about this contribution you want to talk about, Alex?
okay, so let me inform the Liberian people that the census account at EcoBank that was used 2008 and reactivated for this census, the USD account number is 61000064 362.
Alex, I'm sorry,
Again,
Alex. Alex, I'm sorry. Before you do that, guys, I apologize. I thought I have shared this with you guys. Let me share with you when Alex is speaking that we all can have the information. So now, just check. You should all have the information. Alex, I'm very sorry. I just shared with the guys. Please download it while Alex is speaking. Just zoom in that we can follow along. All right, Alex, just in a few seconds, you will be able to talk to the folks. I mean, we meet us up here. Let me send it to Minister Fagon. Go ahead, Alex. We good. We all have
okay,
it.
so again, the census account number at EcoBank for those of you in Radio Land, TV, whatever, Facebook, for Liberia census is 61 USD account number is 6100064362 is the USD account number. The total money from the government of Liberia that has gone to that account is $2,769,297.80 USD that have entered that USD account. The total money is $2,769,297.80 that have entered that account. The first thing I want to say is that this is clearly to prove to you that Minister Tue again lied to the Liberian people that money was only transferred to this account in 2019 and it was only 700,000. Now let's go to the transfer dates. Let's go to the transfer dates.
Can we pause it right there? Let's stick on today's transfer. It's important because we have 712 on the show, and he said exactly what you are saying. We got it clear. What shocked you? He was lying. The intent of transferring the money and covering up and telling Liberians that no, we didn't. We transferred this amount, 300,000 Liberian dollars. Talk to her. What's so important that you bring this up right now? He lied. What's the money? Was the money there? How was it used? Can you please expand, please?
It is important that the Liberian people and the world at large understand that Minister Tue misinformed the Liberian people and the world at large. And a public servant like Minister Tue should not be lying to the people who he's serving, who's paying him with taxpayer money. It also shows to us that Minister Tue has something to hide, for which he doesn't want to be open to our people and telling them exactly how much have gone to the census account. So it is important that this message resonates with them, that your money, the Liberian people money, Minister Tue is playing with it and misinforming you. Just as Minister Tue will not tell you how much he gave for trip, it's the same Minister Tue who was again lying to you that only 300,000 Liberian went to Liberian account. Minister Tue again told you, say, census money. I saw Minister Tue gesticulating that census money for the record has not been shown. No latest management words of Minister Tue is a signatory to the census money. Today, I'm informing the Liberian people that Lawrence George is a signatory to that account that I just read. Today, I'm informing the Liberian people that Francis Red, the Director General, is a signatory to that account that I just read. Today, I'm informing the Liberian people that Dominic P., the controller of Legends, is a signatory to that account that I just read. And all those who are signatory to that account are 100% Legends senior management member. So get that one clear, that Minister Tuela. Can I proceed to the dates and time and amount this money were being transferred?
Please do.
So on the 5th of April 2019, 150,000 was transferred.
Are we still on the total contribution?
The total contribution USD, just USD alone, is $2,769,297.80 USD. Just USD alone. We have not reached to the LD.
Come on.
So on the 5th of April 2019, three checks was written to ladies, and I sent you that check. Can you please put those checks up? 2019.
Hold on 1 minute. Check number one. Hold on 1 minute. There we go. Check number one.
These are the checks. Central Bank of Liberia check. The check numbers are 1750, 17506, number one. Number two, 17505. Number three, 17507. Those are the CBO numbers on these checks. Liberian people, go there and verify for yourself. Those were the three checks, 150,000 each on each of those checks. And you will see the intent of it, National Population and Housing Census. Maybe you could also expand. That was the first money that was sent to ladies' account in 2019. On April 16, 2019, 250,000 again was sent to ladies' account, making a total of 700,000. Because 150,000 times 3 is 450,000. 450,000 plus 250,000 is 700,000. That was the first contribution from the government of Liberia for the census. In the same 2019, the government contributed 48 million Liberian dollars. Stanton, can you switch to The Labrador check.
Hold on 1 minute. The LD check. It's no big check number what? Because these are numbers.
Okay, so for the LD checks I gave you.
Is this what you're talking
yes.
about?
Yes, that's LD check. No, this one is 2021. There's a LD check. You don't have that. Okay, Stanton, go to the JPEG photo that I sent you for the LD. The JPEG photo for
James, come on, James, can't do this stuff. Just show us something. Is that James? I'm sorry, Alex. He didn't.
Somebody got to go for him to come in.
Who?
No, you said James will come on, right?
Yeah, James is fine. I'm
sorry. You guys said the limit. That's why.
So for the LD, this is the total amount we have received for the LD from the government Liberia for the census that went to that account at EcoBank. Good. Let's deal with the LD first. Start on.
Okay.
The LD account for the census at EcoBank is 6101350441. This account, you see the date of transaction if you are on Facebook or YouTube. If you are not on Facebook or YouTube, you are listening via radio. You will see the various time frame. The total money in Liberian dollar equivalent that this account have received is 130,280,741 Liberian dollars. That, if you convert it currently at the rate of 150, is almost around 860,000 United States dollar. And you see the various dates and the check numbers. You will see as recent as July and September of this year, Minister Tuel was placing money in this account. But Minister Tuel was on your show telling you that since 2019, they had issues with this. They stopped putting money in the census account, which is a blatant lie. And you can see it for yourself. And I will furnish you with all of the bank statements. So let's transition to the USD. Let's go back to the USD.
Are you talking about the checks or the total contribution?
No, let's go back to the summary of the statement that you placed out initially.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm experiencing, not this time around, it's not technical glitches, it's electrical glitches. No, the USD.
Yeah, just hold on. James is working on it. I believe. Just go ahead.
Okay, so Stanton, that was the amount we received in 2019. In 2020, the government did not send any money to villages for census. In 2021, November, when I again resumed my role as census project coordinator, the government sent on November 8, 2021, 180,000 United States dollar, and on the same 8th of November 2021, the government sent 270,000 United States dollar. That was 2021. In 2022, March 29, 300,000 was also sent from the Ministry of Finance to that account. On the same March 29, 2022, 1 million United States dollar was transferred from the Ministry of Finance to that account. This year, few months ago, July 22nd to be precise, 19,227 $297.08 was sent to that account. In September 27, 2022, this year, $300,000 was sent to that account. If you do the submission of all of these value, the total will be $2,769,279.80 USD. That Samuel, who is the Minister of Finance, signed and sent to Legis.
Alex, you have established this. Now Liberians all over, everyone watching, hearing, they are now convinced that money was transferred to that account and the finance minister lied to Liberia and lied to the world. You have established this. The documents are here. Let's move to the next exhibit because I want to give you guys a chance to ask your question.
Tablets money account. Next exhibit, tablet money account.
This That's one, right? All right.
Perfect. So if you are in, or maybe if you are on Facebook or YouTube, you are seeing an account number 61000. In fact, it's 405514, and the customer ID. This is an account number that is in Cote d'Ivoire. Money from Legis account, Census account, is leaving and going to this account in Cote d'Ivoire. Who is the owner of this account in Cote d'Ivoire? Minister Tuer needs to tell the Liberian people. Is Minister Tuer having a residence in Cote d'Ivoire? Did he live there when he was working with the African Development Bank? Has he constructed a superstructure in Cote d'Ivoire? Minister Tuer must come and tell the Liberian people where all this money are going. Stanton, that question, please call Minister Tuer to answer the Liberian people tonight. The mock-up exercise of 25 million. Minister Tuer was just a spokesman. I don't know whether you noticed that the Minister of Finance is now the Minister of Information also. He speaks on all government-related activities. So let him come and answer to the Liberian people where the money is going, who owns that account. And the lawmakers must be interested in that, though we have no faith in the legislature because they are proving themselves not to be a serious group of people. But this time around, they must rise up to the occasion. The civil society groupings must rise up to the occasion and ask themselves, where is Minister Tuer carrying this money in Ivory Coast? The Council of Churches, the Muslim community, they do not need for us to go and wake up Archbishop Michael Pakala Francis again to come and be the moral consciousness of the society. They must rise up to the occasion and ask the critical questions. The opposition political party has a role to ensure that our country is being stable. They are part and parcel of the democracy. They must ask the hard question, and they must go beyond asking the hard question, but taking the necessary civic, political, civil, and peaceful actions to call on Minister Tuer and government Liberia to tell them where the money is going. I don't even want to talk about the students' institution because the last time I checked, my own friend who is now the head of and the president of the Liberian National Student Union have never spoken on anything of such nature. He needs to talk to the Federation of Liberian Youth today that have a stooge. They must now rise up to the occasion. The country is bleeding on Samuel Tuer. He is mismanaging the country resources in the fund. The Liberian people must stand up to the occasion in a very peaceful and civilized manner to say enough is enough. We do not need to wait for 2023. Minister Tuer must be able to be made accountable to the Liberian people and answer the critical questions as to where these monies are going. We are telling the Liberian people that only 300,000 went to Legis, but they are now seeing millions of dollars When you combine the two, we are talking about over 3 million United States data of the Liberian people taxpayer money. Civil servants that have not taken place since October, but you are misusing and siphonning the resources. They must rise up to the occasion in a very civilized and peaceful manner and ask Minister Tues to give them answer to these critical questions. Long enough, it has always been said that things are just about days and weeks. We must go beyond the periphery. The poverty level is widening. Inequality is becoming more and more the order of the day. People must speak up to Samuel 12 and tell him enough is enough.
Oh, Alex.
So let me go.
Alex, I want to pause you again. Alex, I know you are displaying this thing. They are asking again to see they have warrant account. That is cheating. I would like to display it again. And for the sake of those on Radio Land, please read out the numbers and the information. This is the account that were out there. A lot of folks were telling us about this account. Can you, Alex, please, again,
the account number is 6100005514. And the customer ID, that is the owner of that account number, is 440000149.
Let me ask you a quick question. And I know all my friends and my brethren on the show, they have questions. Transaction reference number, account branch code, account branch name, account number, customer ID, and customer name, Eco Bank Cote d'Ivoire. I know you're about to display what I have in my possession because you sent them to me. I want you to please take a pause. One question each. We have asked for additional 1 hour because it is powerful. We don't know when we'll get Alex back on set. So we need to squeeze in our best question. I'm going to remove this before Alex proceed. Your very best one question, real quick, no explanation. Dr. Francine go first, Barara, you come second, Kev Hassan, and the guys at the bottom line will come up.
Alex, the account that you just showed us only give us identifying information, account number, where the location of the account. It doesn't give us any transaction that occurred in that account. But you are alluding to money being in that account that was transferred from Lich's. What makes you believe that is so?
Stanton has in his possession details of transaction that went to that account.
To answer the question further, direct our thoughts and let display it, please.
Stanton, before moving forward, I want you to go to the exhibit that talks about tablet shipment agreement.
Tablet shipment agreement. James, follow through real quick. I saying tablet money account. Is that the same thing?
No, tablet shipment agreement.
Okay, there you go. James
tablets and power bank shipment.
James got it up. Go ahead.
Please go to the second page.
I am the second page. Go ahead, sir.
Stanton, for this particular exhibit, can you tell us who is the signatory that you see and whose name is there?
Wilmer Smith.
Wilmer Smith, exactly.
And Donald Djobo. I think it's from Ivory Coast. The name is Donald Djobo, President, and Wilmer Smith, Jr.
So Stanton,
Owner, thank you. Owner.
So Stanton, have you asked yourself why is Wilmer Smith signing a contract for the shipment of tablet and power bank and not the Director General Legis? Have you asked yourself why that amount of money is going, and the PPCC, whose responsibility is to issue no objection to all contracts in that amount, did not issue no objection? Is the Liberian people asking themselves those questions? I'm not going to answer it for the Liberian people today. I am not going to do that. What I will say to the Liberian people that company does not exist anywhere in the world. Stanton, as per the requirement of the Public Financial Management Law of Liberia and the Public Procurement Concession Commission Law, all companies issuing or being issued contract by the Liberian government must be a taxpayer, must have a tax identification number. Mo Ali here works for a period of time at the Ministry of Finance. If I'm lying, let him debunk me. And I will pause to listen to Mr. Mo Ali if I'm lying.
To complete the answer to Dr. Richardson's question, can you? Then we have to move on.
I will want to pause to ask Mo Ali if I'm lying, that government is a requirement that government cannot pay anyone that does not have a valid tax clearance and business registration certificate.
It's correct. You don't. It's correct. We all know that.
No, you're right. It's a standard. It's a standard procedure for payment to be made to every business. In fact, you must have a valid bank account and all of your tax clearances and business registration updated.
Thank you.
So, Stanton, that company does not have a tax clearance, is not a taxpayer in Liberia, has never been a taxpayer in Liberia. It does not have a business registration certificate, is not even a business in the Ivory Coast. So how come they are signing for shipping the tablet and the power bank? How come that contract is not going to PPCC? The PPCC boss is on record. She wrote an official communication to the LACC during the investigation and told the LACC she's not aware about this particular contract. I can give you a number. You can contact her if I'm lying on the show. So that particular company is the making of Samuel 12. There where the Liberian people money are going. There where the Liberian people money are going. And that individual is being used to front for Minister 12. And that account, there is in that institution name created by Minister 12. Stanton, let's go to the transaction.
Is this one?
Yes, that's it. Liberian people, you are seeing today over 136,000 United States dollars of your money went to that account. That was just as of March 2022. After March 21, 2022, additional money went to that account. But between the period February 28, 2022 to March 21, 2022, over 136,000 went to that account. When the initial contract ended out, agreement that you saw signed by Wilmer Smith was less than 115,000 when you convert the equivalent in United States dollar at the time, because that was in CFA. So you see before you various transactions to that account: February 28, March 8, March 8, March 14, March 21. That shipment of those tablet and power bands should have been just for 79,300.
Let me read it, Alex. Alex, I'm sorry. It's important for those on the radio land to hear us. Let me read what is at the bottom. Note, because Dr. Richardson asked a very important question, and I'm receiving text messages. Now this will answer their question to your story, Alex. Note, rather than spending 79,300 USD to Blackwood BLUKU services to ship the tablet, women, Lawrence George, and DG spent a total of 136,000 USD to the Avianet Global Jet Company. Money transferred to an EcoBank Limited account in Cote d'Ivoire. So, go ahead, my brother. Go ahead, finish up.
So, I can show you email from the UNFPA team, specifically the chief census technical advisor that left Liberia, where he wrote on this particular thing and said it was a criminal activity. I can also confirm to you, if you go in the final LACC report, investigation report of Legis, you have it before you start on.
Correct.
Maybe it goes specifically to that portion. They also acknowledge that this process was illegal and criminal, and that Wilmer Smith should be held liable. Samuel Twe is protecting Wilmer Smith because he knows all of these things that are happening. He is a beneficiary of the corruption, massive and rampant corruption at the institution and the Liberian people money. Twe is a 419 con man. And Twe is a pathological liar and criminal, common criminal, who must be arrested and placed behind bars. The president, I read his communication, he dismissed Wilmer Smith. But Wilmer Smith is building duplexes with the Liberian people money. So you only dismissing him and letting him go. But you are not prosecuting him, Mr. President. This is not the president I supported. I went to prison under the Ellen regime to support you to become president because we believe and we agree that we're going to fight corruption. And we're going to prosecute people who are stealing the Liberian people money. Because the problem of Liberia from day one has not been about money or natural resources. It has always been about corruption. So, Mr. President, who are supported, prosecute those people who are being investigated by the LACC and found culpable. You are rewarding Mr. Lawrence George for stealing by appointing him as acting director general. You are shooting the fight against corruption in the legs. And that is not good for our country, Mr. President. I did not support you, Mr. President, to reward criminals by giving them higher position of authority. This is counterproductive to the revolutionary struggle of the Congress for Democratic Change that I support, even as of today. You must muster the moral high ground, Mr. President, to arrest these people and prosecute them. Just on mere allegation, you arrested and prosecuted Duana Sion at the National Housing Authority. If I don't remember that story, many of you. Just on mere allegation, many other government officials we can list, including Keita in the president's office, was being suspended. Mr. President, why haven't you suspended the minimum is where who you appointed? Minister Tue, why haven't you mustered the moral ground and the entire board to suspend or dismiss these people and say, go to the court and exonerate yourself? Why is the minister of justice not prosecuting these people and waiting for the statutory period of 90 days to pass without saying anything? When they know fully well that they have placed in the new law a restraining order on the current LACC head and commissioner to proceed to court until a new commissioner is started, which I also believe that it was a complete travesty and a destruction and distraction against the fight against corruption. Minister Tue, Mr. President, will not reward Lawrence George for stealing. He's a criminal. He has stolen from the Liberian people. Just recently, October 3rd, he again stole 2,100 United States dollars from the Census account. Stanton, I've sent you that exhibit also. Please place it out. Just October 3rd. And Mr. President is rewarding the criminal who is looting the state coffers with an acting director position. This is not how you fight corruption, Mr. President. You are beating integrity below the belt. And I did not support you for this. I did not support you with the slightest understanding and imagination that I will be Deputy Director General. I support you honestly believing that you are my kind. And when you should assume state power, you will liberate our people from the dungeon of poverty, suppression, repression. Today, you are not that scraggle who last minute to tell you give that winning result, Mr. President. You must return to status quo. And the reason for which we supported you, you must exhibit that, because we are becoming a laughing stock over the time. And we are saddened by that. But some of us who are revolutionary, we don't regret. We do not regret, because we have a responsibility. If you fail on your part of the deal, we don't regret. And if 2017 was to replay itself again, I will vote for you, Mr. President. Holding all things constant on a similar situation, I will vote for you. But as it stands today, Mr. President, you must go back to status quo ante. This is Alex Williams, your data war room head, talking to you, Mr. President. This is Alex Williams, who was in the core at Epic Snow House, computing the data and sending it to Musa Bilete and team, and were announcing it on True FM when you were running to become senator. I'm talking to you, Mr. President. You are the father of the revolution. This is not the revolution anymore, Mr. President. We must return to status quo ante. This is the only party we have. This is the only party some of us came to know. This is the only party as of today we stand with. But Mr. President, like the king in the story that all kings have a beautiful clothes, all kings you have a beautiful clothes. Mr. President, you don't have a beautiful clothes. Mr. President Samuel Tue and the rest of other people have dirty your coat. You yourself, Mr. President, is not doing due diligence. And you must return to status quo ante. I have only one life to live, Mr. President, and that life is to do what is just and what is right. I crave not for position because I'm qualified and competent and I'm honest and will work anywhere. But I owe it to my country. I have shown to the world and to you today, Mr. President, exhibit that are incontestable to authenticate the criminal behavior of Minister Tue and others. If you say you did not see it before, you are now seeing it in public there, Mr. President. Take the necessary action. Save the state. Be that last minute scrabble with you on AC Milan and PSG. And this is where I want to pause for now.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you very much. Guys, I don't know where to begin or where to end. We have a lot of exhibits, but we must do the show within the time given us. And I hope Liberia can appreciate what we did tonight. It's not because of anyone, it's because of Liberia. I hope you can appreciate those of you on the radio land. The history will judge us. History will hold us responsible. When you were there, what did you do? Where were you when these things were happening? We stand tall at this time to bow our head low and ask God for direction. But I would say to you, we'll be opening the phone lines after each and every one make their own powerful closing statement. Not closing statement, but statement. We will open the phone line. Then we will come back for closing because I want to hear from the Liberian people in Liberia, outside of Liberia, all around the world tonight. I want to give them the chance. Ellie's going to take a break for a little while. He's going to get some water. He will be back. He's safe. He's sound. We're in communication. We are talking. But we all should do that which is right to help our country do better. Your statement, here it comes before going to the phone line. Dr. Francine, you asked a question, but make your statement. And each of us, please observe the time, 2 minutes. 2 minutes, please. Dr. Francine, Anthony Moraya Kula, Kev Hassan, Cheme Ben, Chief Sintomal George, Mo Ali, Dr. Peabody, and Eugene will take us to the phone line. So you go, man.
For the sake of time, I asked one question. I want to give my colleagues the opportunity to make their statement because I use up my time. So, yeah.
Though you have the time, it's okay.
Okay.
We just, yeah, go ahead.
Well, just my reflection is I'm sad, surprised, dismayed. I wonder how Alex today is still asking for the president to redeem the country based on everything he has said. He did confirm that corruption is in the form of people being greedy, people using Liberian people money inappropriately. He did confirm that there is a bank account in the Ivory Coast. He shows evidence that this account it belongs to Samuel Twe. He shows a very strong evidence that suggests that. Some of the lessons learned here today: corruption is based on incompetency of our government and is widespread. And I think that even though the statute says that Samuel Twe should be the chairperson of the board for these different various agencies, I think he needs to be dismissed as Minister of Finance in order to address the statute that says that he has to be a board member at these agencies. So I think I'm calling for his dismissal. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. 2 minutes each. We really got to go to the phone line, please. You will have your time to close likewise. Mariah?
Thank you, Stanton. I hope Alex is listening. I just want to say how courageous he is for doing this. I'm sure there are lots of other Liberians who know these things, see these things, want to talk about it, but may not have the courage. I think he said the example of what a patriotic Liberian is. It's not easy to go against people you once supported, especially if you believe you're doing the right thing. I would just want to acknowledge and encourage many of the other Alexes around to find the courage to do the same and to save our state, because clearly we've already hit rock bottom. You know, this issue is not about individuals. This is about our future and that of our children. We see other countries and we're amazed at the development and the pace and what's happening there. And like I said earlier, it's not because they have two heads, but it's clear that we're dealing or we have leaders who clearly don't love the country, and we're dealing with a bunch of kleptocrats, rogues, thieves, Alibaba and the 40 thieves, as I would call them. And that has to change. Money going into personal accounts, these are monies that are taxpayers' money, as well as some of them are loans that we have to pay back, loans that our children may have to pay back. And very few people are stealing from the Liberian people and living the best life and building homes and riding big cars and just with no regard for the suffering of the Liberian people. And this has to stop. This again comes down to the feet of the president. Samuel Toure needs to be held accountable. He needs to be punished severely for this. And I hope the president can do what he needs to do. Toure has to go. Clear
Thank
cut.
you, Mariah. Thank you very much, Kev.
Well, let me make one thing clear. Toure said that the contribution from the Liberian government is $1 million. 700,000 of the $1 million is USD. 300,000 is Liberian dollar. Went into the census basket, which controlled by the UNFPA. So I wish Alex were here, to ask him that question. So that's what Toure said on the show. Clearly, the tips are there. $1 million contribution, 700,000 USD, and 700,000 USD, 300,000 LD, Liberian dollar, went into the census basket. That's what he said. Controlled by the UNFPA. He said that. So the president supports the Whistleblower Act. He support that. The president and all out for people to come out and speak on corruption. The president and support that. But what sometime I think we will not allow is to use that act as a witch hunting. Be selective and witch hunt people. And that's my problem with it. Don't call other person, call other person. My other problem is the avenue of which Mr. Alex is going. There's a lot of places to go. Call out. Channels there to use. Thirdly, Mr. Alex, the question I wanted to ask, where he wanted to be the director. If Samuel Toure could have appointed him, will he be talking? Will Alex be on the show today? I'm not sure. The reason why I said that, and I'm going to say it again. When he appeared on the show last year, he was talking about, I'm supposed to be there, not Wilma Smith. I'm supposed to be there. So when I listened to him, I listened to somebody who said, I would do everything to destroy everything because nobody put me there. You guys turn your back away. I'm supposed to be there. I went away. I went to school for this. Who is Wilma Smith? So I will burn the house down. That's what I'm getting. So
Thank you very much, Kev.
A whistle, you've got to be truthful to the Liberian people. So that's what I'm getting from him. So
thank you. Chairman?
Yes, Tenta, I wanted to ask, did we put up the information I just asked in the chat room for the Ivory Coast thing? Because I know the question Dr. Richardson asked was how does that tie to Toure? I was just trying to figure out, did they put it up? I didn't see that. That was why I was just trying to inquire if I missed it. But
Having said that, if we did put it, maybe we can maybe I can get a chance to see it. But disturbing, a lot of disturbing things, a lot of serious things that Alex has said. Um, a lot of strong allegations, a lot of things that are very, very disturbing that warrants the president's immediate attention. Um, and I would say this: I think at the end of the day, I applaud whatever the situation is, whether it's an attempt here to sabotage the state or to sabotage to sabotage the census in a sense, not from Alex, but I'm talking about whether corruption, because corruption obviously at this magnitude is very, very disturbing. And I just want to say I believe the president needs to act. This is serious. He needs to the minimum, the bare minimum. I don't want to jump to conclusions. I'm trying to be very, very careful. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but I believe that this warrants immediate, strong attention at the highest levels. This is the Minister of Finance that has been accused here that we're talking about, the chair of the board of Legis, and all of what has been explained. I think are very, 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 very serious, very serious. So we will be waiting to see. I'm very, very sure. Let's get a chance. I mean, to the magnitude you're saying that we're going to do another show tomorrow to show more. We're going to be also waiting to see what those are. But again, like I say, I always want to be. I wanted to lay it and to say that these are very, very serious allegations, and if proven true, definitely are not things that you can take lightly. And I think the president definitely need to act.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Sentimony George.
Well, calling revelations that's all here tonight. Like Ben is also saying to, and while I was talking, I was informed that the president, his time, watching the show, and I'm sure after listening to all of these kind of revelations, uh, we expect to hear from them. But I think it will also we should extend an invitation to the minister because to come and maybe if he to come and uh, discuss his side of what we heard about today will be fine. Should give him an opportunity to be heard. These are revelations name, the minister of finance of our country, and in the wake of what's happening with what that's going on in the country, it will be important that the minister break his silence and give a response. And if he's willing to come on the show, I'm sure we'll give him an opportunity to come. And Mr. President, if you witnessing the show, I think you should immediately call for an investigation, launch an investigation, so as to uh, give the Liberian people some degree of confidence that every information that comes forward is taken seriously. There are two sides of every story. To give everybody a day in court and a fair and equal opportunity to discuss this matter and bring it to a closure. But this Alex is he was an integral part of the management team at Legis, and he had access to a lot of information, and he produced documentary evidences of what he was saying tonight. So it will be only be imperative if all those involved are given opportunity to give their side. Hope they can break their silence and bring this issue to some closure. Mr. President, the ball is in your court, and I pray and hope that you can also intervene so as to let the matter be laid to rest. Our international partners are watching, we are witnessing everything that's happening, and Liberia is going to elections. It's important, and we have some of our officials that were sanctioned, and people are watching. So it's better that all those involved break their silence and the president intervene and act accordingly.
Thank you very much, Sentiment and Josh. We appreciate that statement. Moali.
Well, I am just a little baffled. Not little, I am absolutely baffled, but I am not surprised because we have talked about the level of corruption in this country, and I am even wondering how we passed the MCC scorecard on corruption. The revelation here tonight is mind-boggling, and I heard my good friend Kev Hassan talked about the president supports Whistleblower Act. Kev, I don't even believe that if the president believes in the Whistleblower Act, what the U.S. did by sanctioning alleged government officials um, is something that should have jumped the president and the Justice Ministry to action. I'm not saying catch people, put them to jail, but it should have jump started some kind of action of investigation. Investigation was announced on the lips. Then I think what has happened at Lisgis has set this country backward for many years. These people had 4 years, 4 years since they took over to prepare for this census. The census should have been conducted in 2018, and they came out with excuses that they never had money, there was no preparation. Okay, they gave it to them from 2018 to 2022. We conducted census 2 years after we took over a country that was non-existent. 2006 we took over. 2008 we conducted census, and maybe I was not living in Liberia, but I didn't hear all of this noise all over the place. The Lisgis being corrupt, but Lisgis has now been embroiled into corruption at an unprecedented magnitude. And if we are serious and if we want to maintain our passing mark on the MCC scorecard, this issue should claim our immediate attention. Because remember, according to Alice, out of 24 million, we only put in 3 million. 21 million of that money is coming from external partners. And if these are the money that we are playing with, we are siphoning, we are sending from one account to another, then it could as well play on our next scorecard. They should be taken seriously because the census result is what future governments will depend on to draw out the development policies of this country. It is what any development project you want to undertake will depend on. These are things that will be used, the data from there, in every project, in every development project, in every sector that you want to undertake in this country. If we have damaged it to this level, then I don't see how we are setting the development pace. We cannot settle for the satisfaction of few people and allow the country to go down the drain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moali. We appreciate you, Dr. P. Valley.
Wow, these have been a long day, and we've seen some real damaging allegation here. Really damaging that should grab the attention of anyone, especially those in leadership, especially the president of Liberia. I want to join the others that have called that the president should immediately set up a team to investigate this, because it's a lot of things were said, a lot of allegations were made. But also, equally so, there are two sides to every story. Invite Samuel Twe if he will come and let him give his side of the story. But I would call for the president to at least initiate an investigation on this because Alex being an integral part of Legis and especially one of the hardest, one of the smartest there, provide a lot of information, except Samuel Tua can come up and defend this, but the president too should take some action. But there's a lot of information here provided tonight, and man, I'm just out of words. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Dr. Peabody, thank you very much. Eugene?
Well, thank you, guys. Honestly, I'm not shocked. And I'm not shocked because when Kev comes on, my own little brother and fellow partisan, and tried to say 700,000 went to the census basket, and he's failing to say where the other 300,000, whether it was USD or LD, because if it's LD, it's just 2,000. It will not add up to make the 1 million that government promised. If it was 300,000, it still should have gone to the census basket. You try to defend something that is indefensible, you put us into a hard boat. You come up and say this brother argument that he should have been in charge. If Samuel Twe would have appointed him, he would be talking. It's not Samuel Twe's place to appoint him. It's Samuel Twe's place to obey the law. The law says in front of me that the Deputy Director General, I'm reading it, for statistics and data processing shall be the principal assistant to the Director General and shall act in the absence of the Director General, period. That is what the law says. Samuel Twe cannot do what he wants. He must do what the law says. Having said that, these are some of the defense my brother Kev puts out that is causing us to lose our base. Dwana Sion, the court said he wasn't guilty. Until today, he doesn't even have a job. It was only alleged. He, along with Tubesi Tube, they were fired. Jack Brown, the assistant NSA boss, who busted the NSA itself for being involved with illegal mining, was dismissed. Samuel Wozi, who brought about the issue of Utubusi Wambodiki, the moment they heard that the Assistant Minister Samuel Wozi had engaged Utubusi Wambodiki, they fired him. But the truth came to light. Again, we can go to Andrew Wapo, who leaked the issue of the passport saga. He was set up. And one day the Americans will know the truth. We can go on to now Alex and what he's told you tonight. When Fangon spoke about the AstraZeneca that was banned and not allowed in the US, in Germany and other areas, he was fired. He talked about the airport where the deputy director, herself being a sedition, was allowing Indians and others to come in for petty cash. He was fired. All of those things, I can go on and on, not to waste your time. All of these people I'm talking to you about are CDC trench generals and gladiators. Can this president survive with just 10%? Dr. Lester Tenney blew the trumpet on Nokal. Seditions and real seditions, those of us who brought this leader to power, we don't want to go to the point where we say he misled us. Truth be told, our agenda was clear. We came to raise people out of poverty. We came and we said, hope, change for hope. Because CEO, we felt that Liberian people were hopeless. we saw that they needed to change from the hopelessness and hope again. So we said change for hope. But now we see they're getting increasingly hopeless every day. We will have to change that to hope for change. Because right now, I don't see anything that has changed. And some of us are remaining in our party to fight our own party to make the necessary changes. But like Alex said, this is not what we envisaged. This is not what we fought for. To Mr. President, the time is now. Should you fail us, we will have no choice but to stand on the side of the Liberian people. And that will mean we will fail you too. I respectfully submit.
The Honorable Eugene Lamin Fagon, former Deputy Minister, Information. We want to say thank you guys. Thanks a lot. I understand that our brother Alex is back. Let's take a few calls. We'll pause, and Alex will take us home tonight with his closing argument, his closing statement. We have asked for a few more time from the guys in studio. We know it's 5 minutes to 12 o'clock. Please bear with us. Just give us only 10 more minutes because everybody has spoken. Nelson, I believe it's Nelson James, James Nelson. Can you guys please take calls? I believe Nelson can take calls from, does he need to come or no? Nelson, sorry folks, we are 10. So that's what Ben was alluding to. We're going to just, Dr. Peabody, we beg you. So Mo Ali, can you just, we are not removing you. We're just taking calls and you'll come back. Okay? Nelson, can you take calls, please?
Yeah, so temporarily we will take calls on this line because
on the cell phone, correct. Let me and just put up my cell phone number too. Put up my cell phone number because we understand that send the likeness track to station. Our direct handline is not working. We're going to use our cell phone. So put up the cell phone number and put up my cell phone number, James. And folks in the United States can call my cell phone. After the show, if you call me, it will go to pan, 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 pan sound. Okay? So while we're on the show, you can call me. You can call anyone on this set if you want to talk on the show. Nelson going to put us his cell phone number. That's the office cell phone number you can call as well. So let me take this for one. My dear friend, your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Ojugu Entaye. I'm calling from Rulana, East Barre in my home.
Make your point, 30 seconds, Quay.
Oh, thank you, Chantal.
Are you listening to yourself?
No, I'm sorry. I have to know on my TV how I'm watching it from YouTube, so I have to. Sorry about that. Ellis, thank you very much. I will be happy of you in Liberia. But one thing I want to speak to is our brother Craig. We are all Liberian. We love our country. So if somebody doing good, it's not about job. This guy who was offering a foreign country that you have been paid more money, but he came back. Now, so many people came to America on scholarship and went back to do government job. But I think it isn't. That's what you should look at it. So I don't know. I thank you, Ellis, and I hope that God protects you. And
thank
keep
you.
on doing your friend. We all pray for you.
Thank you, Ojuku.
Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome, Ojuku.
If you don't want for you to be their friend, that's okay. We're all your friend.
Thank you, Ojuku. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Richardson, come in.
Go ahead, caller. Caller?
Yes, hi. Ready?
Yes.
Okay, hi. My name is Marjorie Duncan Fuller, and I'm calling from Laurel, Maryland. We all know the census is a once-in-a-decade compulsory survey that gives us an accurate estimate of all the people and households in Liberia. The data collected is supposed to help central and local government and health authorities to target their resources more effectively and to plan services such as housing, education, health, transport, et cetera, et cetera. With that being said, my question is to the statistician tonight. He spoke very well. I applaud you for coming out. My question is, do you think this feat is doable in Liberia? And I know it's not going to be done 2022, but do you think that it's doable? That's my question. And thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Nelson, please put up your number, please. I understand we'll change your number if you don't mind. Put up your number real quick. Folks in Liberia need to call.
Okay.
Do we have anyone else?
Hello.
Yes, hello. Go ahead, my friend. Go ahead, quick.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is George Lobo, and I'm calling from Phoenix, Arizona.
Go ahead, George.
I just want to say thank you guys for the show. I want to thank Alex in studio. Thanks for the rampant corruption you've brought to light. But let me say this. I don't know why anyone in studio, and I'm listening to my brother Eugene Fagon crying to President Weah. Eugene Fagon, let's be very clear. President Weah has shown to the Liberian people that he has no will, no desire, no strength, no bone, no spine in him to fight corruption. He has legalized corruption. Any serious-minded president would have dismissed Samuel Tuer after the map-up exercise, where its own GAC report stated and indicated that businesses that were used in the map-up do not exist in Liberia. And you want to speak about now? Look, the Liberian people will have to decide for themselves. President Weah has shown to them that he has no ability to take any serious decision. I think they themselves will have to prove to President Weah that they know when to take a decision, and that will be done in 2023. All the rest right now will be a fiasco. Thank you for the time.
Thank you,
thanks,
George.
Alex. Be safe. You are very brave. May God bless you, my brother.
Thank you, George. Thank you. Go ahead, Nelson.
Okay, so the number is 0888-800-101. 0888-800-101 is also pinned on the screen, and that's the number that we can use alternatively tonight. So let's see if we have a call here. So 0888-800-101 is the number.
Let me take this one while you try to get someone. Go ahead, my friend. Your name? Where you calling from?
My name is Takor Mambia. Takor Aloysius Mambia, and I call from Gary, New Hampshire.
Talk to us.
Well, first of all, I just want to applaud the effort of Alex Williams. I know him from down the line. We were in student politics together from State Vice Project. My point is, a lot of people will say, like Kev alluded to, had he gotten the position, would he be speaking out today? And a lot of other things, the ones he was part of, he would not say it. I agree. However, the fact that at least we are able to get evidence, pieces of evidence of things we already know about this government, the rampant corruption that is going on, that at least the fact that he mustered the courage to come out. Not a lot of people in Liberia are able to do this. I know a lot of government officials who are going to other political leaders.
Real quick, just wrap up, my friend, please.
I'll wrap up in 5 seconds. Associating with them because they don't want to come up. But to the Liberian people, you have a choice come 2023. This regime is too reckless and irresponsible to deal with anything that will make our country to succeed.
I appreciate your call, my brother.
Where I stop.
I appreciate your call. I appreciate it. Go ahead, Mr. Seaton. Jackson Seaton, talk to us.
Yes, I have a question.
You're live. You're live. Talk to us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Witherspoon, for giving me the time.
Can you lower your receiver? Can you lower whatever you want?
Right now.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Witherspoon. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you all for, running this show. My question, a couple of minutes ago, I listened to Finance Minister Samuel Tuer, where he had an interview with Sober George, Abdullah Tamba, and he said that the census was on course and that all of the mechanisms have been put into place to have the census. And now we have Mr. Williams, I believe it's Alex Williams. Am I correct, sir?
Sure.
Now he is making some staggering allegations about corruptions and the fact that because of this corruption, the census may likely not happen. How do you reconcile, Mr. Williams? How do you reconcile the finance minister's statement that the census is on course and your own allegations and the current reality on the ground in Liberia, we clearly see, and we can clearly see that the census is not happening. How do you reconcile those things?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Folks, I understand everyone is quoting. I got to give my colleagues a chance to take calls. I would put my phone face down, and I'm going to go back to the studio. Nelson, hold on 1 minute. Let's go to St. Thomas and George, Ben, Sandy. Let's take question from them. Nelson, pause for a minute.
Go ahead. Now.
Yes, hello.
Go ahead.
Yes, this is Julius Banto, a sedition calling in North Providence. I want to extend my thanks and appreciation to Alex for his bravery. But what I want to say is that everything that Minister Toy is doing, as far as finances are concerned, the president is aware. George Weah is aware of everything that is happening in the country. I want to say to all Liberians, whether you are seditious or not, let us put together to ensure that this president lost the election. George Weah is not in the interest of the country. I am a seditious since 2005, and many of the guys in studio, even those are listening, know me very well. My name is Julius Banto, former chairman of CDC USA Rhode Island chapter. George Weah, President Weah, is not in the interest of the country. So all we need to do is to get here out so that we can move our country forward. Thank you, Alice, for the bravery. I don't know where you are. I would like to get in touch with you so that we all can work together to ensure the best for our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Go ahead, Carlo.
Thank you very much, my brother. Ben Sanvi. To the CEO of Center World School, this is Vonnie Saki. I want to say thank you so much. Great show. My dear brothers, Alice William from the CDC. I say this is Vonnie Saki, former deputy chairman for the administration of CDC USA. I want to say bravo to you, brother. President, we have betrayed the struggle. President, we have betrayed us. This is what pains my heart. I hate when people try to accuse everybody in the government of corruption, but try to separate Weah. President Weah is not innocent. President Weah benefit proceed from corruption. It's hard to fight corruption when your hands are not clean. Are you saying that all the corruption that's going on in the country, President Weah's hands are clean? As long as our President Weah's hands are not clean, he will never fight corruption. Stop wasting your time. Stop calling on him to fight. He cannot fight. It's difficult to lead this day. To successfully lead and fight corruption, the leader must stand clean and remain clean. President Weah stand on corruption, he will never fight corruption. Stop making it to look at the innocent guy in the room. He's benefit from proceeds from corruption, and he will not fight corruption. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vanny. I got another one. Let me just take this one quick, Stanton, please. Go ahead, caller.
Yeah, my name is AP Flumbo, and thanks for taking my call, Ben. Alex had made some very startling revelation for the past 2 days, and I will ask our dynamic President George Weah to carry on an exhaustive investigation. But this is what I want to tell Alex. The very people who are hailing you today, they were calling you incompetent yesterday. They were telling the Liberian people that all those that work with President Weah, they are incompetent, they are dull, they don't know anything. You should get rid of them and bring out a Jubak or Alex Cummings. You were one of the people they were referring to. Today you have come on the show and all of them hailing you. Oh, very smart man, very intelligent. He knows his subject. But yesterday they were saying that they should get rid of all of you. So my friend, God be with you. What you've revealed, I hope the president will take action and let an investigation be enacted. Thanks for having me and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Richardson? Okay, let's take some call, Nelson, if you do. Let's just take five.
Yeah.
5 real quick.
Okay, so let me take the first person. Good evening.
Should I put her on hold?
Stanton, sorry, can you ask the Liberian people if the enumerators have come to the house just to confirm that nothing is happening?
Okay.
And all fellow listeners and Liberians following the broadcast. My name is Hurricane Gray, and I join you from Cloudtown, this identical evening.
Okay, go ahead quickly, sir. You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, no problem. You have to give it some time because you kept on the line for 4 minutes. But
Can you call that man back tomorrow? Let him come back tomorrow. We'll give him 1 hour. Let's move on. Let him come back tomorrow, Nelson. We'll talk to him tomorrow. Guys, let me say this, because we got to wrap this. If you calling from Liberia, you got 30 seconds, please. Make your point. There's a lot of calls coming in. It's after 12 midnight. Please, we're giving extra time just to entertain calls. but we're begging you, 30 seconds real quick. You can also answer the question, whether you have received any one of those numerators knocking your door. You can just tell us. So Nelson, please, 30 seconds. Let's just take some calls from Liberia.
Okay, so we have another person here. Good evening. Go ahead quickly. You live.
Yes, good evening. My name is Mickey Reagan. I'm calling from Nakante to be specific, Tapeta.
Okay, from Tapeta. Go ahead.
I'm following the show from last night. You know, I just want to say, bravo to my brother, Ellis William. Thank you very much to be so brave and expose this kind of corruption
Okay.
that have been keeping us in poverty in this country.
Okay.
But what I can say is, I don't know what is actually the work of our lawmakers. I just listening to this thing and then sit down there who have the power to save the country from the hands of this kind of leader.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you real quick, and we'll go to Dr. Richardson.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Nelson. Go ahead, my friend. Your name and where are you calling from? Hello. Hello. Are you there, caller? You're not on my cell phone. Your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Isaac Batupa, calling from Maryland.
Make your point, sir.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to the platform and to Spoon for this effort. It takes a lot of courage wherever you are to be able to stand up to corruption and be able to support the effort. I see a lot of people trying to denigrate Alex or make him feel like, you know, nobody out there respected his qualifications. But Alex has always stood out. From the day he was appointed, our president have been in communication with him about reports from legislators about, you know, actions on the part, some of the socio-economic reports that they're supposed to produce. He has always been consistent on his effort to see the best product out of legislators. And this whole corruption thing has legislators, there's documentation that he has provided that shares exactly the history of how long he has been consistently in the trenches trying to ensure that we go in the right direction. Unfortunately, Twitter doesn't want to listen, and President Weah cannot say or absorb himself to this situation, knowing how much visibility these issues have been getting. Go back to any situation. Once President Weah feels like anybody challenging him, he just locks in and huddles in a corner and would not respond. The same way with Abudeke, the same way with many other instances of investigation. LCC has done a lot of work. Where have those reports gone? He promised the investigation of McGill. Where has that gone? So people must be conscious that this is an entire cartel that's operating. Usually, I'm surprised you don't use that word cartel against this government as much as you should. Because this government is a criminal government.
It's the Southeastern Company.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac Bob. Thank you very much. But yes, let's wrap this thing up. I got to bring back. You got another one, Nelson? Dr. Richardson, go.
Yes. Can you go ahead, caller? Caller, go ahead.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Thank you to the Spoon family. Stanton, just know that doing this, you will lose few friends. And that's okay because you're standing for what is right, patriotism, nationalism. And these are the things. For those people, I firstly want to commend Mr. Williams, Alex Williams, for his courage. And for those who say, oh, why didn't you talk before? This is not an easy thing to do. And even here in the great United States, before you bust out anything that is not right, you must have overwhelming evidence. And he has enough evidence now. Nobody can say he's just talking. But, you know, my people, I just want to say to Liberians, these are the things that have crippled this country and will continue to cripple it. And if we don't do something about it collectively, I want to believe that the partners have let this happen because they want to implicate Mr. Samuel Twer. Except that's where you have lied enough. The pens are not tied. Come out to this public today or tomorrow and vindicate yourself. I want to thank you all. Let's continue the work of the Liberian people.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Anyone else coming in? Go ahead, Santomani George, for us to wrap up.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're on live.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Darlington Collins, and I want to say to Comrade Ellis Williams. Comrade Ellis Williams, you have my distinguished revolutionary honor. We all the CDC when we left student politics, but we hope that some of the corners we struggle with in some level of truthful tendency as we are doing. I follow your activities as leaders, and I think you're a patriot. It's going to be a tough vote. But comrade, prepare for this. You're still a revolution. You have seen many things. You can only pray that the government will respect your rights to speak freely and to expose corruption. I think at this point in time, the authorities should be calling for investigation of, Brother Smith and the rest of the left athletes. The measure is just not sufficient. I think the president needs to do it. I brother, so there's an audit report. Let us get to the bottom of what is happening. So, comrade, you have to honor. We'll talk one time. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate everyone, each and everyone that have contributed greatly to this program tonight. Every good thing, every bad thing, everything must come to an end. We'll be hearing from Alex Williams. Before we do that, let me remind folks tonight. I mean, if you can see this, I will bring it closer. This is still on the president desk. This report, press briefing, Councillor Edwin Clark Martin, Executive Chairperson, as you can see, Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, June 17, 2022 at 1 p.m. After this, we all have this report. Every Liberian have this report. The chairman of the board, Simon Tway, received this report, but this is what he's saying today. You know, when we said Prescott Pauline was Samuel Tway, he said no, people went up and down. He said this is a spreadsheet application anybody can create on a computer. So sad. Then James went on him and asked, come on the show and clear your side. No, I don't want. Glorify lives. The father there, no one eat UNFPA money. GOP, government of Liberia is not a secretary to UNFPA that can. Let me say this. Thank you, James. You can find that on his page. Thank you, James. You can put it down. This is some of the things we always talk about. When you have folks around the president, just telling the president what he wants a year. But when Councillor Martin sent out his report, investigative report into allegation of financial improprieties and corruption at the Liberia Institute of Statistics and Geoinformation Services, he laid out, 1, after careful review and analysis of statement and document obtained during investigation, the following are hereby recommended to wait. I want us to go through all 5. That will be my closing. 1, that Wilmot Smith, Lawrence George, Dominic Pay, respectively, Deputy Director General for Information, alleges, acted negligently in the recruitment of both Avienet and Blackwood Services Limited for the purpose of transportation and freight forwarding services to bring in 21,000 tablets. Ivory Coast. We saw this. Alex alluded to this. Part 5 of the PPCC titled Methods of Procurement with specific reference to the section indicated below. The quote, they are there. This information on the president desk. It was given to Musa Dane. It was given to the president, and the president spoke on Freedom FM. 2, that Francis William Lawrence George, in the discharge of the duty as Director General at Legis, having knowingly and willfully expended the amount of US $30,720 of public funds intended for census-related activities for the purchase of second-hand generator without adhering to the PPCC law of Liberia, violated the foreign controlling Liberia law. Part 5 of the PPCC Act titled Method of Procurement with specific reference to the section indicated below. What more, folks? Number 3, on the Legis, that Francis Willard, Lawrence George, and Dominic Pay, in the discharge of duty as Director General, Deputy Director General, General for his administration. Now, this is the 70,000. Having knowingly and willfully authorized the withdrawal and expended of the cumulative amount of 70,000 USD. 70,000 is there. Subchapter D of the Penal Code titled Theft and Related Offenses, with specific reference to the indicated section below. Is there. Is there. Why? Why are we still having this argument? The same thing. Francis Willard, Lawrence George, Wilmer Smith. This is full. This is very interesting. And controller of ledgers having knowingly and willfully withdrawn and expended the amount of US 4,700, US 1,500, and US 2,640, totaling US $8,840 out of their census account, and paying to themselves and other staff extra compensation for performing tasks for which they were hired to do by law, and for which they have been duly paid through monthly salary payment, but the government of Liberia violated the foreign controlling Liberian law. Subchapter D of the Penal Code titled Bribery and Intimidation, with specific reference to indicated section below. It's there. I will read the last one. Let folks hear this, and this needs to be made very clear to all Liberians. The last one, that Mr. Francis Willard, Mr. Lawrence George, and Mr. Dominic Pay, German Bawawi, Emetrek Poe, in the discharge of the duty as Director General, they put all the titles, having knowingly and willfully withdrawing and expending the total sum of US $4,250, as stipulated in Can 9.1, all of their census account for which they cannot justify and account for, to be charged and prosecuted on the following count: theft and related offenses. What have the president done under the leadership, the chairmanship of the board chair of Legis, Samuel D. Twe Jr.? What are we here, folks? This is wrong. This is absolutely wrong. We must, in good faith, speak truth to power. And I would say to my dear brother Alex, you have my full respect. Everything I will ever do, everything you think you may need, I'm saying to you, may God bless you, may God protect you, and I hope we get more of you. Liberia deserves better on this one, and many more. The world have hurt you. Liberians have hurt you. We pray that the president will do the right thing, the best thing, that which is better for our country. That those folks should be investigated. They should be suspended. When the United States came down with the sanction, the Magnitsky Act, on the 15th of August 2022, on the 16th, President George Manawia suspended. Then Nathaniel McGill, Chief of Staff, Serena Seaforth, Solicitor General, National Port Authority Director Bill Twawe. In less than 48 hours, President George Manawia suspended them. Because it's America. What about our own entity, LDCC, that have recommended these suspension, removal, persecution? What about our own entity? And why are we still hovering, aiding and abetting those criminals? And the best part of it, guess why? The president promoted Lawrence George. Who is advising Mr. President? He has cut your entity that serve a recommendation that they need to be persecuted. You have turned a blind eyes on your entity, but you're promoting Lawrence George, who is also the criminal. What said that to you, Mr. President? Your board chair have foreign account. We have more information to reveal. but he's on his way to meet you to watch football game. What say that, Mr. President? Why are we here? Alex, please do your closing, and we know more to come some other day. I just don't want to hold the folks. Go ahead, Alex.
Am I being heard now?
Go ahead, Alex. You good?
Okay, so Stanton, let me say thank you again for the privilege and opportunity to come on your show. In April, I was on your show. I said a lot of things about corruption. Many doubted what I said about corruption at the entity in April when I appeared on your show. In June, when the LACC came up with the final report, they confirmed that whatever I said on your show was truth and nothing but the truth. Today, I have again presented documentary evidence to say that there is rampant corruption at the entity and Minister Toure is aware. For once, I'm asking the national legislature put on the jacket of honesty. Let the national legislature investigate this matter, but beginning by issuing a vote of no confidence in Minister Toure, and let the president muster the moral courage and the high ground to dismiss Lawrence George, William Smith, other people through the board and through himself, and prosecute them. To my fellow brothers and sisters in the CDC, who and myself went through turmoil, pains, agony to bring this regime to power, to not allow Minister Toure and the likes of other people make you to hate me that I'm doing the wrong thing. It is appropriate that we speak truth to power and to our leaders. They are messing up. Toure is hijacking the people's revolution. Toure is an agent against the progress of the CDC. We must push him out and bring him to book that this is wrong. We must tell our president that enough is enough. He must stop rewarding Lawrence George and other people for stealing the Liberian people money. He can do far better than what he's doing. And to all well-meaning Liberians, again, people are watching that this is going to be the normal Liberian mentality that after a few days, nothing will be heard about it. I encourage you to take action in a civilized and civil manner. I must also in Maryland. I'm a proud son of Nima County in Maryland, and I enjoy the support and confidence of my people because they know their son is a son of integrity, and I know they stand by me. I must inform Minister Toure and the rest of other people who think they can harm me that I've written a full documentation to my international friends and associates and association that I'm a part and parcel of. In the next international report on Liberia, you will see this flag. And I can say to anyone that this will not go unpunished and unnoticed. This is not a banana republic where Toure and other people can do whatever they want to do. This is a republic that have men like me who believe in the forward march of this country. A day is coming, and soon as that day, when we will all rise and sing to the glorious and prosperous Liberia. Thank you so much, and may God bless all of you as well. Thanks also to my brother Keith.
Thank you very much, Alex. And may God bless you. May God keep you and be safe. Please be safe. Thank you. Have a good night. Folks, if you have nothing to say, there's nothing else. I'm done. We'll be having a wonderful show tomorrow. Again, we want to say God bless Liberia. God bless our homeland. God bless us all. We all have children. We all have family. We all love to be in Liberia. We say free our lives. Free our lives. Thank God Almighty. Our country is free of corruption. Alas. But want to say thank you. If you have anything else to say, I'm done.
I have something to say.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. As a seditian sitting here, I feel very bad. And I want to say to Alex, may God guide you. But I have a message directly for Minister Twe, because this has been going on. You know, he said it, he's a sedition. But the Wilma Smith and Lawrence George, these guys came from the NPP. You ask Samuel Jackson, they worked directly under him at the Ministry of State during Taylor's time. They morphed back into the Unity Party, and they worked with Tanu Mawolo at the Ministry of Finance. These are facts that I know. And then when he went to Bureau of Concession, maybe Mo Ali will tell you, that's when Wilmot was given the deputy there, and Ellen ran behind him with a stake for the same corruption issue. And Samuel Twe will look at a qualified sedition, in fact, overqualified, and set the law aside, the law, to promote someone over him that shouldn't be. Today we have a mess. All of the whistleblowers that came from the CDC, that blew whistles, whose name I've mentioned here on this program tonight, were dismissed, humiliated, denigrated. If Mr. President had told us that we're going to mess with the Liberian people, I don't think we'll be here. And I have to clear my chest tonight that the reason why we're sitting on the sidelines is because we did the things that the Liberian people expected us to do. And that's why I named those individuals. And I'm saying again tonight, this Southeastern company, if it is not made redundant and removed, it will be removed by force or by fire. This president must act. Many of the people that he has put within this revolution never fought for this revolution, did not care for it. The forces that brought him to power on the mantra of change. And today, he is surrounded by the likes of Ome Jukuju, the foreign minister, Kenya, who came from MOVE. He's surrounded by the traitor, Eugene Nangbe, that came from the Unity Party, the Bel Twawe, and all of them. These were not people that believed in him from the beginning. But certainly, they've used their proximity to him to kind of cripple this revolution. And it is very hurtful that if Jake Brown from the same NSA will blow whistle on his NSA people, will get dismissed. The Samuel Wozi will sit down and say, look, Wambo Dickey is a fraud, will get dismissed. The Lester Tenney from the same CDC will say Safua has messed Noka up, will get dismissed. I could go on and on and on and on. This was not the revolution we signed up for. This was not the message we give to people to hope for change. And today, I'm very embarrassed, not only by the information given, but by the fact that many soldiers of the revolution who have stood up to fight with Mr. President are all now either in their graves or waiting to go to their graves, or are left on the sidelines watching the revolution crumble under their eyes. But I will tell Mr. President, come what may, 2023 will be a day of reckoning. We will decide whether we'll march the revolution forward or we'll bring the revolution to a halt. As it stands right now, we know for a fact that November 2nd at 12 midnight, the coalition document expired. And up to now, the three parties to the coalition, two of them are wasting time to sign. So technically, there is no coalition for democratic change, Kev. There is no party called the Coalition for Democratic Change because the LPDP and the NPP have refused to sign. I will not go into detail. Here we are now, floating in space with no party. Does that bother you? All of our frontline soldiers have been put aside for standing up to the revolution. Does that bother you? This will not continue. The time is now. And if Mr. President failed to act in the interest of the revolution, we, the true revolutionaries, will act in the interest of the people.
Eugene Lamin Fagon, former deputy minister, we want to wish you well. Tomorrow, you want to speak? Ben, you have anything? Because we're wrapping this thing up. Let's just give it one
as a
shot.
wrap up, let me just say, look, the discussions we had today is, I mean, I'm getting my phone is just going buzzing, and all around the globe, and people, Liberians, are there, in Liberia, in the government and all. And the president, I hope that this president now will seize the moment and exercise the political will to act accordingly. We'll leave it at that. They have heard what's been said with them. National legislature too. They have a responsibility to also oversight too. But again, I know they're all witnessing the program. I saw the pro tem, the speaker, they're all witnessing the program, and it left for them. So we have to play our part and let it.
You know their pages?
I will tell you. I will tell you, man. So, Andy, I just want to beg you, please. Today is a special day. You all know the Reverend Father Jericho Bryce Sr. Today is 91st.
So keep your announcement there for later. We'll bring
man, happy birthday, man! Your happy birthday to Father Bryce, man.
I just want that's. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, you bring back. Okay.
I'll bring you back.
Yeah.
I just want
you all know
to discuss a
Father.
serious issue.
Okay.
Yeah, I know the old man, and I saw you on Facebook. I sent a shout out.
So whenever you bring back, please tell the old man happy birthday. Okay, I'll wait for you.
Yes, thank you, Ben. You were saying something?
No, I was harassing Tommy.
You want us to go, right?
Yeah, I was harassing Tommy. He was saying,
saying
that the people watching. So I said, how you can go to people?
I have something. Yeah, quickly, I have something to say. I like Eugene Fagon. He usually claimed this CDC revolution to be his own, and then come to insinuate that the revolution has been infiltrated. Firstly, Eugene, you were not part of that CDC revolution.
Oh,
you came from the to say this, right, Kev?
I'm the only point there on CDC here, so I'll let you that one.
Guys, we want to say thanks. We had a wonderful show. Let's say, guys.
Democratic change and coalition.
All right, guys, listen. I beg you, listen. Kev, I'm coming to you. Kev. Guys, listen. So let's do this.
Let me say 1 minute now.
No, I beg you, my man, don't do this thing, but let Kev close by. I beg you. Yeah, the man trying to bring confusion between the two people, right? Yeah, but Philip, my man, don't go by the Eugene. Don't go by the Eugene, man.
Nobody may know the difference between the two. One is a coalition and one is a political party. Because I was there for the 2017 coalition. I was not there in 2005 for that one.
I thought you're going to show again.
So in 2005, you read a political party, but I was there for the building of the coalition. And I was
Eugene. Only thing you talking about after you see Eugene, I interrupted to the whole time.
But let me see, I beg you. More finish up.
Yeah, so you see, all the people he's claiming to have infiltrated his quote-unquote revolution were people who were part of the CDC. Eugene Nagbe, for example, was Secretary General
of the CDC. He went back. Wilmot Smith was never a member of the Unity Party. He has always affiliated with people in power, and then he managed to switch to Samuel Twe, and now they are damaged. Let's just, you have Samuel Wulu, who was in the UP government, but of sedition. There are thousands of them we can name. So Eugene, nobody infiltrated your revolution. Your revolution is a carcass, and it never existed.
So they will lead the 2 and I on the show and go.
I want Kev so close.
And I'm going to respond to more on the podcast. I'm going to respond to more on the podcast.
You will respond tomorrow. You will respond tomorrow.
Eugene Nangbe was a part of the Congress for Democratic Change.
You will respond tomorrow, Pago.
I'm gonna capture more message. Capture more message.
Well, Eugene, y'all hold on for tomorrow. Kev, go ahead.
Why you can say Eugene Nangbe? You all know I was Secretary General in the coalition.
Guys, Eugene Nangbe was Secretary General of CDC.
Which CDC?
I went back home.
Which CDC? The Congress for Democratic Change or the coalition? You see why I flog you? You ain't know the difference.
I mean, that thing, you guys, you
Let's looking for this distraction already.
Okay, listen, you know,
I need a real reaction talking now. Yeah, kept on.
You see, when I listen to the show, the most interesting part is to listen to the callers. You hear some of them, the Unity Party people calling. You see other people calling, talking about corruption. And I wonder what they're thinking, that the Liberian people are so dumb that they can't remember something 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago. They calling for Alex safety. They're calling for his safety, saying Alex protect Alex and all that thing. You know, Alex coming, Alex speaking freely. But you know who the Unity Party people did not give opportunity to speak? Michael Allison.
Mm-hmm.
It was murder in cold blood.
Yeah, this show can start all the way again. Let me go back.
Cold blood.
Guys, y'all have a good night.
Please allow Patrick to start here.
No, Benny, I say no. Kev speaking, we cannot leave.
Yeah, we can leave because after Kev speaks,
I don't
respond. Yeah, give Kev his time.
So both say you gotta respond.
Kev, to 1 o'clock, then we'll go sleep.
Kev, go ahead.
You see, so it's okay for whistleblower to come out, but you know the thing that some of the things that baffle us. Why is that okay? For people that rape our nation, calling to say they are the best.
So Kev, keep that for tomorrow. We want to appreciate you. We want to appreciate the entire show. We want to say thank you. We're not opening a new show. We came to discuss the census. I can promise you. I can promise you.
People are getting away with murder.
Guys,
already united.
Somebody George, say your greeting.
Yeah, look, please, man, look. Today's the first birthday of the Reverend Father Jericho Bright Sr. from his children, Tayiwe, Richard Allen Bright, Gawi Bright, Chidazanga Bright, the woman 1091 today, one of our moral voices in Liberia, and want to wish him the best and good health and longevity. And also to my auntie Martha George, 76th birthday today. More, talking more, come on.
Happy birthday,
Father Brian.
And Imaya
Mo Ali, he is sending a birthday greeting. He is sending a birthday greeting to a 1 year old man. I'm begging you. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, you know, Father Brian.
My mother just
Let's
go ahead. Let's sing a birthday song to our
the Father Jennifer J. Bright Sr., one of the more come from our society. From his children, Tayo Richard Allen Bright, Yahweh Bright, and Joseph Zanga Bright. Happy birthday, Uncle Bright. God bless you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you,
Happy
guys.
birthday to Father Bright.
Father Bright, God bless you, Father Bright. God bless you. You have a good night. More thank you, Kevin Hassan, Dr. Peabody, Dr. Richardson.
They may know the difference between coalition and political party. He got talking about Eugene Nagbo.
Eugene Nagbo. Fargon is the man.
Secretary General, United Party.
Oh, you joking, Fargon?
Oh. Yeah, 2017 when we formed the coalition, they were not in our coalition. But remember in CDC way back, Mo Ali, there's a difference between a coalition and a one single political party. I flog y'all. Y'all understand?
You flog nobody. You left your own party, you ran away, you went to the poor party, you go see the gravy, then you can't talk about you form coalition.
You see how they pump you all of that seat? One defeat for Lofa, they told you all.
Yeah, I say in my party, I run away. You the view again, you run away, you go by America. You go to that there, you be singing. That means all the campaign for Eugene Nagbe to be eating a lobster. That means all the... You can't campaign again, Eugene Nagbe will eat lobster again.
The man saw Lofa election.
Pepsi will buy champagne and wait for a webcam. Now you can't campaign again.
No, and I Pepsi Yaga, he told the money from for the Lofa election and caused them to remove you.
Exactly.
Election.
But if you take some money, sir.
But I
you take some money. You
very large, very large.
I want take money. That means
Pepsi Yaga bad. Use the money that's all to get you to waste beer on a girlfriend car.
Oh, and I Pepsi Yaga, he makes
sure. Really man fair.
Now Pepsi Yaga, the man who wasted
that
picking from ministry.
You did not know eat a lobster again with me. You.
Like me, that Jahad Lofa election for you not getting no more position. My man, I was said. She can't say Pepsi Yaga pour champagne on car. Don't spoil that poor Neo. After you give the poor money and get Lofa candidate to CDC. You did that to a night?
Yeah.
That you were home to until you day by day step. More, let me tell you something. True, be true.
Jeremy, I got only 5 more minutes left. 5 more minutes.
No, 10 more minutes.
How can you stay long?
Eugene.
More Ali.
Eugene, let me ask you something. Eugene, when I walk out and get you to the Ministry of Information, that car I used to be smoking the whole of Morovia. The car I used to be smoking Morovia, they get you where? The guy where he can't cry. Oh, they get you one car.
The worst thing
you saw Eugene in that car, he used to kill him. I saw Eugene coming from the car one day. The man was sweating.
Every not say I'm again. 10 more minutes. Every not say I'm
again.
Eugene was sweating, my man.
Listen, the man saw the election. The local county election. Immediately after that, they remove you. You know what local county guy gives you?
I'm going to show your galley for you, America, to can be deputy minister of Ratika.
Oh, my Gadi?
Yeah, that Gadi right here, America. I'm going to show it for.
I didn't even say it. I gave it free to
when you can be deputy minister of Ratika.
I did not look at Lofa people, the great people of Lofa, and sell the election for a few dollars.
You saw the car?
But Eugene, why you keep saying the man sold? How did the man sell? How did he sell the
investigation was conducted? They kicked the man out of the party. The man can cry. We don't want someone to save that one. That one I said it over there. We don't want someone to save it. But you know the worst thing that happened? I told people, I say, y'all listen carefully. Look at Amin Moda and look at Mo Ali. The Pakistani and the Syrian, you know that they can't do like that. Don't go to the party to them. I see you, man.
No, Eugene, don't go. Eugene.
They forgot member. You see the man that to do, man. More tomorrow. Come on tomorrow.
No, man. Eugene, you know what made Eugene verse? I met Eugene on the boulevard. Eugene said, my man, the thing that pinning me, I used to be talking for the people. They bring me in a talking position. They can't pay me. They gave me one car when I'm passing. Everybody can be asking who car smoking the whole of Morovia so. Then the other part of me there, he saw he got in and he laid sharp behind America to come. He thought he was coming loot. And you know, they gave a chance to loot. He got vexed. You didn't sorry. You will come camping. Pepsi, you get wish champagne when you get friend car again.
Well, I see you, man. I see you, Barbara. You good day. I take it away. All these people, Barbara. Nobody.
Well, folks, that's how I would like to draw down the curtains on this edition of the program. Spoon Talk right here on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, and online, Spoon TV as well. Thanks a lot to all of you out there for following. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow, same time, for another edition of the show. Until that time, have for yourselves a God bless day. James.